And they have to and
Reese.
Reese. Okay, she was on your lap. I was looking for her.
She moved.
She moved. We appreciate that y'all shared your dad and your husband with us. We're very grateful for his service. I know I will miss John on the board. So we're going to come around the front and present his plaque.
Yes.
Well, we could do that on one side. Now the family. A plaque seems a small token, but we really do appreciate John McLaughlin and all the time he has given to this board.
Thanks, Clem.
Thank you.
And everyone.
Pass him this.
Oh, box. Thanks.
We will begin with public forum. Citizens are offered an opportunity to address the board without prior approval. So they filled out a blue card for us. And the first person to speak will be Carol Peters. This is regarding the election contract. You may approach the mic.
Good evening. I'm Carol Peters. Ooh. I live in Caldwell County, and I just voted today. And fortunately, I was the first person that voted today in the San Marcos School District election from Caldwell County, because it was not a very good experience. So I just decided, I just realized I could come and talk to you about this evening. So I am speaking about the May 2022 San Marcos CISD election in preparation for that event. I am a proud Rattler, a taxpayer in Caldwell County and San Marcos CISD, and a registered voter. When I stepped up to sign in today to vote, I was told I could not vote. Of course, I voted in Hays County. I was told I could not vote with my driver's license. So I said, well, that means if I don't have my voter registration, I'm going to have to leave and come back later. And then they said, well, no. So I was not very happy with the process. But even more than that, okay, I talked about that already. The next time that this happens, and I always say never. I know this was a very unusual year, election year for the San Marcos CISD in Caldwell County. Very well aware of what happened there. However, I feel that Guadalupe County residents, registered voters, will be allowed to vote on May 1st in Guadalupe County. And I feel disappointed that the school district didn't do more to work with Caldwell County and the city of Martindale to allow us to vote, in the Caldwell County residents to vote in Caldwell County on May the 1st. And so I'm just hoping that in the future, if this ever happens again, that the school district will try a little harder, be willing to pay whatever it takes to allow your Caldwell County voters to vote in Caldwell County on the day of your district election. Did I say everything? I believe I did. Thank you so much for your service. Bye.
Thank you. Second speaker, Gerald Turner. We'll be speaking on Azariah Miller MS incident.
hear her.
My voice carries. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
As she noticed, I am here to speak on behalf of Azariah Fennell and the racial slur incident that occurred at Doris Miller that I'm sure everyone is aware of. I stand here as a Texas State alum. I do have 3 children currently in SMCISD. I have a senior this year, a junior, and I have with me my 9-year-old son. My first, and my wife, her last name is Burleson, and I'm sure that's recognizable because that is a prominent name in the town, and as far as I am concerned, is prominent as a slave owner. So my children are direct descendants of slaves in this town. And my first question, or first statement, is for Superintendent Cardona. You said in your letter released to the public that it is my sincere belief that no SMCISD employee would ever condone the use of racial slurs. But what is that based on? I believe sincerely that the events that Azariah and her family detailed in their complaint are as factual and have been swept under the rug to save face and to simplify things. The teacher displayed a bias that is transferable to each and every black student she encounters. So we're not here simply to discuss just one isolated incident, but what has been and will continue to be a disparity in her treatment of black children. By your inaction, you've set a precedent for not only educators, but students and town residents. If you type in San Marcos, Texas, black student in a Google search, you'll find several articles about this situation, and that does not look good for the town. If the goal is diversity, it would be counterintuitive and counterproductive to not address this issue as swiftly as possible. If you as board members do not agree with the actions of said teacher, then what consequences has she faced? And why is it made public and for such a highly visible complaint? This made the national news. If San Marcos is as progressive as it makes itself out to be, then show us how you handle this disrespect towards a child that could be one of my own and is a highly respected family in this community. Where is the justice for Azariah? Where is the transparency of this investigation? It's the equity for me.
Thank you. Sabrina Creighton.
Good evening. I am here on behalf of the incident that happened with Ms. Fennell at Miller Middle School. As a new family to San Marcos CISD, we are troubled to learn of this incident that took place at Miller Middle School. Even further, I am more concerned with the response to said incident. The total disregard and lack of concern is completely unacceptable. It is not difficult to see the current tumultuous climate that is surrounding our Black community. So it is clear that what has transpired is not being handled properly and creating a non-inclusive, tense, and chaotic environment for our children. This cannot be tolerated and nor will be swept under the rug. This is what we need to know. For starters, where can we find records from past incidents of complaints of racism and the action that was taken, if any? From this point forward, what policies are being created or implemented to prevent this from happening in the future? Is San Marcos CISD in pursuit of diversifying their staff in order for our children to feel included? Will you implement diversity and anti-racist training among current staff? This is what we need to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Rodrigo Amaya.
Good evening. My name is Rodrigo Amaya, and I'm here on several serious concerns as a parent here, kids in the school district. First off, the time for questions. about the superintendent's ability to lead the school in the right direction have already been answered. No. What is he still doing here employed? There's an agenda item that says, y'all going to renew his contract? Don't. He's done nothing positive. The grades of the students have not in any way, shape, or form improved. They're always at the lowest. All I hear about this individual and have heard is excuses. And, you know, it is very disturbing that some school board members are still present, considering the history that they have in our community. That's shameful on you, shameful on that school board member. And, you know, superintendent is not the individual to carry the school district in the right direction. This incident that these speakers are talking about, it's not isolated. I remember a couple years back when he first approached me about an incident involving some narcotics trafficking, involving some Hispanics and whites. He told me that the whites were the ones in charge of the operation, the masterminds, but the Hispanics were the ones being charged with the felonious activity. Backwards. Contacted the chief of police. He told me, I don't want any problems. I want everything to get smoothed out. That's not a leader, folks. That's not a leader. That's not the example that our children need in this community or in any community, in any civilized community. Do not renew his contract. Seriously give it some consideration to terminate it. You know, again, this has to change. This is not the individual. He has repeatedly shown over the years that he's not qualified. Now the question is, what are y'all going to do about it? Continue to enable him? You know, I want action. I'm tired of all these political promises. You know, I see one politician running around talking about kids first. First what? To go into poverty? Prison? You've done nothing for the kids. And if you think what you've done is something to be commendable, think again. That's not leadership. I'm tired of the excuses. Y'all need to do something positive. Remember the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tasha Fennell, on equity and inclusion.
Did you say Labrika or Tasha?
I'm sorry?
Tasha or Labrika?
Tasha Fennell is what it says on here.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking because my sister also.
Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm sure you all know who I am, but I'll introduce myself again. I'm Tasha Fennell. I'm a parent in this community. I have 2 children that attend school here, one at Crockett and one at Miller. So I'm here to talk to you, Mr. Cardona. So I contacted your office on January the 4th. I was contacted back by Rose Pearson, who told me I would not be speaking to you because she is the person handling my complaint. What is the role and purpose of a superintendent? Are you that busy you can't take a call from a parent in regards to a teacher on campus responsible for our kids? I did not hear from you until March 2nd. That was to tell me unofficially that my level 2 grievance didn't make it because my request had been granted. An apology was made to my daughter. By who? Training would be given to the staff on racial diversity and equity. When? But the wording by Amber Owens didn't reflect the conversation from my oral hearing on my level 2 grievance. When you deny a child or a student the opportunity to use their voice, you're ultimately showing them that you don't care. When a concern is brought to your attention, it is extremely necessary to stop and actively listen. We are all in a daily battle of finding ourselves, to find the courage to speak up out and about words that are spoken by a teacher in a child's classroom, my daughter's classroom, and just dismiss them is not okay. Our small population of Black students matter. When they find themselves brave enough to speak up, stop belittling them. Stop trying to change their voice. Address the teacher, address the school, and make your families aware of what's going on at the school. Trying to keep quiet only makes it harder to trust, because I was told by every single one of these people I discussed to trust them. How? You were hired to educate and care for all of our children. I'm over the filing of the grievances at this point, and I really think there needs to be a parent liaison policy about the whole grievance policy in the schools, because like me, I didn't know what I was doing. I felt like a chicken with my head cut off, with no one to ask questions on how to make the grievance more valuable and specific. So, Cardona, in 2020, you put out a statement saying you supported Black Lives Matter. Yet, you were too busy for my child and I to even speak to you. Do you know that your Black families are tired of the way we are being treated, the way we are being handled? Azariah's courage allowed a face and a voice for many other Black kids to start speaking up about their very own experiences in the San Marcos School District.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
LaBreca Fennell?
I'll be reading a statement from Azariah. Miss R saying really hurt me. It cut kind of deep like a knife. I was debating on telling my mom or not because I didn't know what she was going to say or do. I hate that I have to remember my 7th grade year with all the racial discrimination coming from a science teacher. People should be really careful of what they have to say, knowing how society is now, as days and that is not easy being Black in the world that we live in. I feel that if I would have spoke up sooner, something different would have happened. But what Ms. R said was just hateful and rude, and that wouldn't even consider a Black student was in her class. The one thing I hate most about this is that I have to see her every single day, with knowing that nothing has been done to this teacher. I hope that she realizes she does not have just white students. She has students of all races and color. I just hope and pray that what happens to me doesn't happen to anyone else, because of the pain I went through was excruciating and not fair. A teacher is someone you usually go to, but after all this, I just feel that I can't trust teachers anymore. And that they really don't care about you, they just care about their jobs. I'm glad that a lot of people are supporting me through this, because it is hard, because I'm only 13 years old. And I'm a Black girl who would never step out of line and is very respectful and never gets in trouble. And this is because I wasn't raised to get in trouble. I feel that my voice still isn't heard by those who really need to be heard. It is just because Black people can say doesn't mean white people can say it too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Brandon Burleson.
First of all, I'm troubled by what's going on. This is my family. I've been in this school district for a long time. My pictures are hanging up. But what I want to understand from the superintendent's standpoint is, how can you sit up here and call an innocent child a liar after you've never met with her, you've never had a conversation with her parents? We are all tax-paying citizens of San Marcos. We worked hard to get your bonds passed. You know, all of you school board members, all of y'all need to take a look in the mirror and understand, and what are y'all gonna do about it? Y'all condone this behavior. You know, he has no ability to lead. The reason why he has no ability to lead is because his own administration has problems right now. You have wives of his administrative staff going up, and this is the rumors on the street. They're going up, they're confronting, they're getting in arguments about affairs that are happening in his own administrative staff. His HR department is compromised. You know, what examples do we set for the citizens of San Marcos and for the students? What leadership do they have if they don't have a leader? When I was in school, Dr. Perez had an open door policy. You could always go in there and you could always talk to him. You have an obligation to meet with parents and students in this community because they pay your salary. So calling a student a liar or calling an innocent young 13-year-old child a liar is unacceptable. And I don't know what agenda items that you might have on here, but what I can tell you is don't give them the opportunity to vote on renewing your contract. Step down because you're not fit to lead San Marcos ISD. Thank you for y'all's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all. We only had 7, right? Thank you very much. We're going to continue with our agenda. We have the superintendent's report next.
Madam President, members of the board, following up on our community, I want to bring up via Zoom our equity auditor, Dr. Tracy Benson, who has been working with us since last year, just to have a little conversation about race and equity in our district. So I appreciate Dr. Benson, if we can get him up.
All right. Hello. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
We can hear you.
I think we're trying to get him up on
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm here to provide, so I can't hear you right now, but I'm going to go ahead and provide an overview of where we are in our equity audit. And so we're right on schedule. We started in February, and we had some preliminary data collection, and we were going through the process of putting it all together into a report. So we don't have very succinct recommendations yet because we're in the process of validating our data, putting the report together, and then finishing up with our interviews and observations. And so I just wanted to give you an update on where we are in the process and give you a few preliminary recommendations. Very preliminary, but I've been listening in to the parents. And I've been in conversation with several folks in the district about, having an appropriate response to what's been going on. And so I want to talk about the curriculum report, which is the student engagement side, and then the practices and procedures report, which is the student disengagement side. So in the curriculum report, what we're focusing in on is trying to understand how the schools and district work hand in hand with curriculum and instruction development. So we've already had meetings with principals. We sent out a teacher survey on self-efficacy, culturally responsive teaching, planning, and execution. We had great responses. We had over 140 responses from teachers. We're analyzing that data. We're in the process of scheduling classroom observations. It's been kind of difficult for my team since San Marcos has transitioned back to in-person, and so now we have to audible on the ground, and we'll probably send a team out to San Marcos, or we'll figure a way to get classroom observation data in conjunction with the curriculum specialist, but we're still in the process of figuring that out. We're in the process of performing an academic data analysis on ELA and math, and we're also examining the curriculum scope and sequence. And so these things are currently going on right now, and our very, very early findings, right? So sort of recommendations, and again, there'll be our final sort of recommendations and findings. So take these just as preliminary. What we're finding through our interviews and our survey is that teachers want more PLC and planning time, and they want more collaboration vertically across grades and between schools. And so these are just our Oh, okay. I have to slow down. Thank you for the text. Okay. I'm going to slow down. So the early findings are from the survey as well as the interviews is that teachers want more PLC and planning times, and we'll have some very specific, more granular recommendations, but these are early high-level findings. And then also there's an indicator that teachers need more collaborative vertical planning time across grades and in between schools. And again, these are very high-level early on, but we'll have more granular findings once we finish our analysis. And so on the practices and procedures, the student disengagement side, the focus of this investigation is trying to better understand trends of student disengagement by race and gender. And so with our data analysis, what we're focusing in on are dropout rates, analyzing dropout rates, attendance rates, in-school suspension rates, out-of-school suspension rates, all these by race and gender, along with we've administered our campus racial climate survey. And these are across 3 years from 17-18, 18-19, and 19-20. So after we complete the data analysis, we will hold conversations with school administrators regarding the trends that we find in the current practices to get more qualitative data around what are the practices, so we can offer very specific recommendations for improvement. Now, there are a lot of areas that we have to provide recommendations for, and we can be pretty confident around our recommendations so far because we're on the tail end of completing and validating our data. So we have 6 recommendations, and one that's very particular to what folks spoke about this evening. But first, there's a need for a more coherent and consistent data collection process. It was very hard to comb through the data in terms of the coding and things of that sort. So that's across both of the strands that we're going to offer services in trying to really get data that's more accessible, usable, and more coherent, so that there can be more analysis of this at the district level as well as the school level. The second early recommendation finding is that there's a statistically significant trend in dropout data by race and gender that we've identified. That needs to be attended to, but we'll be specific on that once we complete our data. In-school suspension and out-of-school suspension data presents several areas of improvement at specific schools. There's a lot of overrepresentation according to race and gender in certain categories. And so we'll present the specifics and also recommendations on how to improve those practices, because of course, more ISS and OSS suspensions also leads to greater levels of high school dropouts, and so that needs to be remedied. And the Campus Racial Climate Survey, as we spoke about, shows incidents of interpersonal racism in almost every school and presents areas for improvement in the reporting structure. And so what we're finding is, one, the incidents are low, but they are there, okay? And with students and faculty who have been witness or experienced incidents, indicate that they feel comfortable reporting, but then when it comes to the question of actually reporting, that number is low. And so we're finding that an infrastructure around education as well as a responsive way to respond in a timely and appropriate manner is necessary, and that's something that we provide. We want to urge school districts, given that this is an audit that we've done in a number of school districts, and we also consult about appropriate responses. We want to encourage school districts to avoid a knee-jerk response, and presenting something that's just a cover-all strategy. We focus more on in terms of our services and enduring infrastructure, because that's what we're looking for, to make sure that we can provide the necessary supports at each school in an enduring way, in a way which folks are trained sustainably over time, and that the school district is responding appropriately from the school level to the district level, and make sure that the community is well aware and able to report incidents and feel supported. One recommendation that we have that each school should consider and the district should consider is sending administrators to the Anti-Racist Leadership Institute. That's what we do to deepen their racial literacy and develop sustainable and proactive anti-racist strategies and infrastructure for the school district. And so these are just very few sort of high-level recommendations that we have right now. Like I said, we're on track to provide the full report in May. Actually, it'll be done a little bit earlier than May, but we're on track, and we'll be prepared to share all of our findings, our data findings, as well as very specific recommendations in each of the areas, curriculum support, as well as practices and procedures. So I don't know if I'm able to take any questions, but that's the update on where we are with the equity audit.
Questions from the trustees? Can't hear him right now.
Can you hear us, Dr. Benson?
I can hear you, yes.
Can you tell, because this has been live streamed, can you tell the public your background and what your area of study is? And
Yeah, my background is I am a former practitioner. I've worked at every level, elementary, middle school, high school. A former professor of educational leadership at University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I got my doctorate from the Harvard Graduate School of Education, focusing it on anti-racist education, and that has been my area of study. And in all of my consulting, specifically around anti-racist leadership development, and we also offer the Anti-Racist Leadership Institute for organizations and school districts like yours who want to get better in the area of anti-racist leadership and practices.
Ms. Halsey?
Thanks. Thank you so much. This is really helpful. And I just had one question about the timing. I wasn't clear. You said that you need to continue or follow up on doing the observational classroom work because we've transitioned back into school. So will that be part of the presentation in May, or will that come later?
That will when the active process, and so we have our team is here and also in Louisiana, and so we're just trying to figure out which team we're going to send to the district or how we're going to mitigate that in a way where we involve the curriculum specialist now that you've transitioned back to in person. But that will be complete by the time the report is available in May.
Great. Thank you.
Will you have a written report for us in May?
Yes, there'll be a full written report in May, as well as a PowerPoint, as well as a presentation in May.
Thank you. Anyone else?
You're welcome.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Yeah, I don't know this is so much a question, but just because I know that there's people paying attention to this on a variety of levels that maybe haven't been throughout the course, but this is something that the district had in the works since I was still board president prior to November, something that we all collectively wanted to see in and around things we were hearing in a national conversation. So I understand parents' concerns raised tonight, and this isn't addressed to them specifically, but if this report is transparent and the way this board deals with these issues and these findings after I'm gone is transparent, then I think we can start building, trust back among the community that was probably lost, 50 years ago. And then when there's an incident on a campus now, it just brings back all of those memories. So I hope that the board follows through with the recommendations of Dr. Benson and his team, and I'll be watching, looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Anyone else? I guess that takes care of that report.
thank you, Dr. Benson.
Dr. Benson still with us?
I am, thank you.
We look forward to our May report. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, take care.
Mr. Superintendent?
As part of our agenda preparation, I also have Mr. Wozniak up here to talk about some safety that the board had asked about, so he's here to answer your questions.
Good evening, President, Ken Tu, board members, Dr. Cardona, Doug Wozniak, Director of Safety and Health Services. I'm just going to give a very brief overview of our vaccine program so far. So I'll just wing it without the slide. So as you know, we are upwards of well over 800 staff members so far. We vaccinated more than 1,000 people altogether just with doing little mini clinics here at the high school. We're averaging probably anywhere from 75 to 150 a week with like a Thursday or Friday 1 to 3 slot. We've helped out the Baptist Academy by taking care of their staff. We've done all the local daycares. We've reached out to Kyle, McCoy's, so those kind of organizations. What's next on our agenda is exciting. We reached out and we're going to partner with TDEM and our local firefighters, and we're going to secure some Pfizer vaccines and a freezer, and we're going to attempt to vaccine 16, 17, and 18-year-olds before the school year is out. So that's exciting. Of course, time is of the essence because with the way we're doing it, right, with even Moderna, with the 1 week, right, round 1, and then 4 weeks later, we're getting to the point where we're going to be into summer here pretty soon. So the Pfizer's a 3 week. So we're looking at, if we can't make it happen next Friday, possibly the Friday after, and then the 3rd week after that to try to get our students taken care of. So that's what's been in the works. There we go. So one of the things that kind of transpired last week, after talking to the fire department, they informed us that things have not slowed down at the health department, but that there was a lot more opportunity than there was in previous weeks. So we have started funneling a lot of family members and staff family members to the health department. And the reports that I've got back are very positive, that they got in very quickly with the walk-ins, and they're doing 3 a week. So they're handling a lot more capacity than we can. So we're starting to funnel our family members. In fact, the 21st at Texas State, I think it's something like 6,000 vaccines that they have open for. That's again through the Hayes Informed website where they can go in there, and they're also taking 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and 18-year-olds because they've got the Pfizer. And then this week we're going to start to discuss summer and what that might look like, whether it be our students, our staff members, or even possible new hires. So that's in the works also. So that's my very quick vaccine report.
So at this date, we haven't had any students vaccinated?
No, ma'am.
None.
No, because remember, we've had Moderna has been our primary, and Moderna is 18 and over. And so if Pfizer wasn't available, we were still going to proceed with doing the best we could with our seniors and offering that before the school year is out. So that's been in the works regardless of whether we use Pfizer or Moderna. Obviously, Pfizer gives us more options with 2 extra age levels in there.
Okay. Mr. McLaughlin?
Sure. Mr. Wozniak, do you have a means or a plan on obtaining parental consent? And will that extend to 18-year-olds, or will 18-year-olds be able to consent on their own?
Yeah, 18-year-olds can consent on their own. We're working with Andrew now, starting to lay out that, how we can digitally, maybe with a QR code or something, so that when they arrive, we already have that in the system and we can look it up quickly rather than try to. I don't think that's a great option to bring parents in and have them sign it on the spot like you all did when you were, because you saw what it involved, and that would be a lot of traffic. So we're trying to streamline that now, and we've got to hurry because it's coming quick.
Okay, thanks.
But yes, that's in the works.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you because I appreciate so much the professionalism with which the clinics have taken place and the involvement of our nursing students and our EMT students, and the fact that we're now going to attempt to vaccinate our high school students is really wonderful and means I hope and pray that school will be open as normal come August.
We appreciate that. Nurse Eastwood, if you know her, she's a force of nature right now. She's got a little taste of what it means to really help somebody right with this, and so her goal, I think, is to vaccinate the whole world, because I just sit back and let her go, and even if I tell her, hey, we only need to do 1 day this week because you got to slow down, and then she books 2. And so I'm just kind of along for the ride right now, but yeah, thank you for saying that.
Thank you.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Madam Board President. Mr. Wozniak, I just want to echo Trustee Halsey's sentiment. Thank you all so much for doing this. I know it was a trustee request that you all explore this at agenda preparation and even previous school board meetings, but it's clearly evident that you all have been working on this for quite some time, regardless of what trustees have requested. So thank you for that. Similarly to Mr. McLaughlin, obviously I'm a proponent of being vaccinated, but I agree, whatever we can do to communicate with families that this is optional for them, then, I'm very supportive of that. Additionally to that, yes, most of us, I think, in this room are vaccinated, and while that matters, we are still, can transmit the virus. And so as we get more and more faculty and staff and even students vaccinated, when the time is right, I'm supportive of, the non-wearing of masks, et cetera. But until then, I hope that the ISD does its due diligence to continue to maintain those COVID-19 protocols that have been followed. I have gotten a number of emails from a handful of individuals who have noticed, some laxing at individual campuses. So whatever your department can do to communicate the necessity to continue following that. I know even I, get comfortable around folks who've also been vaccinated, but again, when you look at our numbers countywide, I think less than 25% are fully vaccinated. That number increases when you go a single vaccination, but until we get to that point, I hope that we can continue to push those COVID protocols. Lastly, and this is for Mr. Fernandez, I've seen the emails going out from the communications department that is sharing information that is being shared by the city of San Marcos and even Hays County and even the Texas Division of Emergency Management. But I would argue that very rarely do those entities communicate with the citizenry at large, but the ISD historically is always communicating with families and parents and the community. And so I would argue that we are a more trusted source because we do interact with them as a governmental agency more frequently. So whatever we can do to disseminate that information, but through the lens of the ISD, our own organic content, I would appreciate seeing that because, again, I think our families receive our emails and they trust the information that we're giving them, and I think it's just a more well-received message. So when it comes to mass vaccination clinics, walk-in clinics through the Hays County Health Department, if we can share that information, but quite frankly, putting SMCISD branding on that to know that it's coming from a trusted source, I would really appreciate that as well.
Yes,
But
sir.
again,
You were reading our mind because that came out today. Mike Jones said, can you pass this on? And I told Andrew, I'll take care of the email. You take care of the social media. And
Yeah.
so
thank you all
thank
so
you for
much.
saying that.
Ms. Mejia?
Thank you again for all of your hard work on this. I am in support of, getting our students vaccinated. I think it's very important to do that. And so I'm going to follow up on Trustee Arredondo's comment and kind of add to it. So as far as the communication, that's very important to me. And, we do have families that their first language, native language is Spanish. How is that being communicated?
Yeah, so all of our communication that goes out to the public is in English and in Spanish, and our website is automatically translated. So there's a toggle button that we educated our families on, where they can toggle any information that's on our website that is in English. They can toggle it to any language of their preference. And then the information and flyer we received today from Hays County is in English and in Spanish. So as Board Member Arredondo pointed out and Mr. Wozniak pointed out, we'll just add SMCISD logo and branding on it, and then we'll share it out with our families.
So I have actually checked out the district's website, and I can tell you right now, as a person whose native language is Spanish, it's off. So if there's any way that we can make sure that that it's translated correctly, that would be great, because we want to communicate well with our parents, guardians. And then my second question is, y'all discussed the summer plan for students, staff, teachers, new hires, but I didn't hear anything about families.
So right now, like I said, the main push right now is to funnel them through the Hays County, through the health department, just because of the sheer numbers that we would be looking at. If we do kind of delve into the families, we would have to take it almost piece by piece, because we don't have the vaccinations, as you know. We only get 300-400 at a time, and we're talking about 8,000 kids and their families. So if we did do that, we would take it kind of piece by piece. But we have had families reach out to us, and I've personally funneled them through there. And we've even had some families come into ours because we haven't turned anybody down. We're not advertising it, obviously, for an open door, right? But if somebody comes in or they show up or they email me, it's been yes to everybody that we've encountered.
Now, from your team, is there someone who can translate in Spanish?
Well, I'm a one-man team, so that would be... That's okay. That would be Andrew. Andrew, and if you haven't met Andrew, he's my assistant safety director. So he'll help in any way that he can.
So, Mr. Fernandez, so when a parent, whose natural, native language is Spanish, and they have questions, who do you transfer them to?
So Alicia Gunther is our district translator. So anything that is sent out district-wide, we translate that message. Ms. Gunther translates that information. As far as the entire website, that's not 100% authentically translated, but any district message that is sent out is translated by Ms. Gunther.
Thank you.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more comment on the communication. I think, so much of this is being dispersed through social media. I think it might be really helpful if we had videos from some staff members, coaches, teachers, principals, parent liaisons, speaking, both English and in Spanish, and presenting that message, because we know that, those people are really trusted not only by students, but by parents, and I think that would help increase the awareness, so.
No, absolutely.
Such a good videographer.
No, absolutely. Justice Vega, she joined us a few months ago, and we're working on a few big projects right now as far as like Teacher of the Year, State of the City's coming up, but definitely that's on our to-do list and to get it out as soon as possible.
Awesome.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Wozniak, for all your...
Thank y'all. Have a good evening.
We're now going to proceed into closed session.
Clem, before we do, I have a request. Could we take item 7B, middle of year academic report, prior to us going into executive session to consider renewals?
7B?
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if anyone else.
I'll second that.
All right.
Okay, we've got a second for middle of the year academic report. Who's in charge of that?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Cardona. I'm Monica Ruiz-Mills, Deputy Superintendent, and this evening we'll be presenting an overview of the middle of year data report that occurred this past winter in January, and it's also a comparison to last year's middle of year report that was done back in January as well. This evening we will have Ms. Amber Owens, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, presenting the report in addition to our district curriculum specialist. Ms. Owens?
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Cardona. Our students take a screener 3 times a year, and so the screener that they use is our NWEA MAP screener. This evening, we want to share our middle of year data for elementary and for secondary. The district curriculum specialist will go over that data, and then we will talk to you about the plans for the end of the year. Trista is going to begin with elementary.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. This evening, we will be sharing with you, as Ms. Owens said, information on how our students in kinder through 8th grade are performing on the NWEA MAP screener, as well as curriculum assessments for middle school students. The NWEA MAP screener, as Amber stated, is given 3 times a year, and this evening we'll share with you data based on the middle of year comparison from 2020 to 2021. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm doing it, sorry. Here we go. This first slide is a comparison of elementary math students who met expected growth. This is a district overview of all elementary students who were screened from the middle of year 2020, which was given December to January of last year, to the middle of year this year, which was given in January of 2021. This data includes only matched students. What that means is students who took both screeners, Of those screened, 45% of kinder through fifth grade students made the expected 1 year's growth in reading, and 36% of K-5 students made 1 year's growth in math. This does not mean that other students did not grow. NWEA MAP sets an expected growth measure of a certain number of points based on national norms. An example would be a third grader is expected to grow 12 points from the middle of year in second grade to the middle of year in third grade. If a student grows 11 points, they wouldn't be included in this data. That does not mean, however, that they didn't make significant growth. Here again, we have growth in reading, including students who took this assessment in Spanish as well as English. Again, this shows all matched students who made at least 1 year's growth from middle year 2020 to middle of year 2021. There is a strong focus on guided reading and phonics instruction on all campuses to intensify our efforts to have all students reading on grade level. Next, we have growth information for all elementary campuses and students in math. Although there are more opportunities for growth in math, we have a strong plan in place to implement personalized learning paths from now to the end of the year and continuing into next school year. These opportunities for personalized learning will help us reach our goal of growing every student. Ms. Seaton's going to share our next steps.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and visitors. We have recently finished our campus student data reviews. Principals and their instructional teams were presented with this information as well as in-depth breakdowns of all of their students. Each campus identified measurable goals towards growth that could be achieved by the end of this school year. Campus teams also identified professional development needs of their staff members in preparation for next year. So our next steps in elementary. The campuses have individual plans for accelerating student learning in reading and math between now and the end of the year when we'll have an NWEA MAP data screening. Campus administrators have identified goals and professional learning needs for their campus. The campuses have also realigned the literacy block to focus specifically on improving phonological awareness, phonics, guided reading, and other reading strategies. Campuses are focusing on acceleration of reading skills and growth towards on-level reading abilities. Campuses are focused on small group instruction and the use of adaptive programs to target the individual needs of students in math and reading. And at this time, Mr. Massini will discuss what Travis is doing.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cardona. I'm just going to share 3 quick points of emphasis here as we have a plan to finish strong in the 2020-2021 school year. First, we're looking at high-quality ed tech implementation. We're looking at social-emotional learning and developing early phonemic awareness. Our third grade team is piloting high-quality ed tech implementation where scholars are using the programs based on a daily and weekly target. They're also utilizing data to identify scholars who are stuck and need quick support. Scholars also who need remediation needs will receive individual and small group instruction, and scholars are tracking their own progress and mastery using the ed tech that we have. So in social emotional learning, our focus is intentional language and tone, essentially how we talk to kids, creating safe spaces in classrooms as well as neutral spaces throughout the campus. We're also looking at redesigning our morning meeting to increase interaction between our scholars and through different modes of communication. We're also increasing our SEL and mental health supports for staff. And finally, our first grade
we've identified gaps in first grade where we need to emphasize developing early phonemic awareness, which we're focusing on developing a reader's recognition of the ability to hear and manipulate sounds in spoken language. And it's a new way for us to approach sounding out and reading new words. And we're working with readers to understand that the letters and words are represented by sounds. So those are the 3 areas of emphasis that we're going to continue to grow scholars at Travis. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cardona. I'm going to share with our middle school. So basically this slide looks at the middle school students with matched screeners, meaning they took the winter screener last school year and took the winter screener this school year. Out of the 57% of students in English language arts, 31% of them showed growth. And out of the 32% of matched math students, only 25% of them showed growth. Now, the lower number of matched students is math, and math is attributed to the Algebra 1 screener. Since we're in Algebra for All, 8th grade campus, all students enrolled in Algebra will take an Algebra 1 screener. The screener is different for students that are taking geometry or 6th and 7th grade math. Since the screener is different, it does not match the Algebra 1, so if we don't have a match, we can't predict growth for that particular cohort of students. This next slide, sorry. So when we look at the next slide, this looks at our STAR expected proficiencies based on the NWEA data. Now, approximately 61% of our middle school population has taken this test. The data predicts that 68% are at approaches, 19% at meets, and 6% at masters. The individual schools' expected proficiencies are also listed, so if we wanted to look at the individual breakdowns, we're looking at approaches for Goodnight at 65 and approaches at Miller at 71. Now, we feel this data may be predicting a few points high due to the fact of the number of percentage of students testing. The majority of the 61% of our testers were students that were at school and are in-person learning. So we're not sure how that is going to be attributed with the students at home and the students that did not take the screener. Now, I've broken the data down. Since the high school and the Algebra EOC, it's harder to predict. We decided to use the STAR EOC expected proficiencies based on our common assessments. So this slide makes predictions based on the STAR Algebra 1 EOC using common assessment data. All common assessments are created using STAR release questions. This data may be a better predictor since almost every student enrolled in Algebra 1 or algebraic reasoning has taken at least one common assessment this year. Based on these predictions, 64% are expected to be at approaches, 35% at meets, and 21% at masters. Now, to help bridge this gap, we have implemented an EOC boot camp starting at the high school. Actually, it started today in our flex time. Now, we've partnered with Texas Instruments to provide an intense EOC review using the calculator. All EOC students will attend 3 sessions of the calculator boot camp during their flex time over the next 2 weeks. And then when students are not in the Texas Instrument sessions, they will attend teacher-led EOC boot camps during their flex time. And the middle schools will start a similar program starting tomorrow in Wicker and enrichment time using the TSI toolkit from Agile Mind, and this program, along with teacher intervention, will prepare students for the upcoming EOC and help to fill gaps left by the COVID unfinished learning.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cardona. I'm going to be going over the English Language Arts NWEA breakdown for the campuses of Miller and Goodnight. So we have the STAR expected proficiencies for English Language Arts is approximately 65% for the middle schools, and 65% of the middle school population took the test, and we have an approaches rate from this data at 68%. We averaged about 26% for meets, and we have 10% for masters as an average. Then you have the breakdown of both of the Goodnight and Miller campuses up there as far as that data goes. I believe this data may be a little bit optimistic, but I think it's fairly accurate. So here we have the high school breakdown. This is a breakdown of common assessments for the high school, and in this data, we have a total of 966 students were tested. That's about 70% of the campus. We have an average of 58% and an average of 45.9% of meets, and again, a 19.4% of masters. The CAs are a shorter test, of course, than a true STAR test. So I think what we do have kind of higher numbers than we're actually going to get in STAR. However, I do think that the approaches number there for English 1 is probably close to what we're going to see. With that, in our next steps are going to be as an individual plans for accelerating students, accelerating students in learning and reading and math between now and the end of the year using NWA map data, IXL, Dreambox, Lexia, and the program of No Red Ink. We have that at the middle school at 7th grade. And then we have the campus administrators have identified goals and professional learning needs for their campuses. Middle school campuses will start a TSI prep program through Agile Mind and will serve as an algebra, EOC, and TSI review. High school algebra EOC testers and retesters started a boot camp with Texas Instruments for the EOC, and campuses are focusing on acceleration of reading skills and growth on all levels of reading abilities. And now I'll have Principal Alvarez of Goodnight Middle School, and he will discuss the steps being taken at Miller and Goodnight.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Cardona. I wanted to talk a little bit about the data that we have here. The NWEA and our common assessments really has provided us a good opportunity to look at individualized student data. We're going to be taking this, and in our professional learning communities and our campus planning sessions, we're really able to identify targeted support for our students and our groups of students. We're going to be providing interventions for them through not only our flex period, through our core content classes, as well as a midday time that we have. And what we're going to be looking at is how we can focus on those areas of unfinished learning and how we can focus on increased student growth. Beth Nash is going to talk a little bit about some of what we're also doing, both in the things that we're doing are the same types of things that we are working with Miller. So she wants to expand a little bit upon it.
Thank you. Yes, we'll be looking at the same data we have throughout the school year for our students that have been on campus, but also now who have newly returned to campus. We'll be able to identify the areas of needs that they have, planning specific reteach lessons for those groups of students that are very explicit, and then using our end of the year screener to hopefully see the growth. This last 8-9 weeks of school where we have the students back in session will really help us prepare for next year or the learning needs with everything. So it's not about, how do they do on STAR, but how are they doing when they're back here with us in the classroom with their teachers face-to-face, looking at those gaps that have existed and what are we doing to improve those. So we will use the EdTech programs that are mentioned, the IXL, the Lexia, and the Dreambox. Those are adaptive programs that work with the students, so we can assess, after the teacher does the initial teach, how are the students doing on the formative assessment piece.
And so generally speaking, we have focused a lot on our students' social emotional learning, and students have learned at a different pace and rate. We feel like we have a real opportunity these next 7 weeks as we have a majority of our students back on campus face-to-face. Adjustments have been made to the amount of minutes that are given for the instructional blocks, and as we're looking forward to the summertime, we have also developed a summer learning program for each level, so elementary, middle school, and high school. It will address the needs of students and the gaps that they have, and so if a parent feels like their student or their child should be eligible, we will accept them. We do have a criteria where we're looking at the bottom 10th percentile for elementary. We are looking at students that need credit recovery because they have failed a course or because of attendance, and so we are working through Edgenuity. Even right now, we have a plan in place that we're working with students, so hopefully we can accelerate their learning instead of catching them up this summer, but we have addressed that. We will meet again in June to look at the data. We think the data will be viable, and we will have our goal is 100% participation of our students, so we can really make a in-depth plan on teacher professional summer learning for each campus or the different areas, and then really individualize campus plans based on their student populations and what their data reflects, so that we're prepared and able to meet the students' needs as we return. For our students that need additional support in the summer but are still not able to return face-to-face, we are also giving a recommended learning at home summer learning plan that will utilize the adaptive programs and some aligned TEKS activities for that grade level in reading and math. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Cantu.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, thank you. There's some follow-up information that I'd like to have provided after this meeting. I'd like to know the number of elementary school students who took the test and the percentage of them that represents in those scores. Also, Ms. Owens, you indicated that there was a spread of increases that are not identified in this because they didn't hit the 11 or the 12
Right.
point, whatever that is. Sorry, it wasn't Ms. Owens. I'd like to have some information on that. So how many students sort of fall into that and what that spread looks like. And then, did I understand that all the secondary students that took the test tested in person?
So we had a high percentage of elementary students participate, whether they were remote or face-to-face. At secondary, the face-to-face students participated, and we had very low participation of our remote students.
Okay, if it's possible, I'd like to see those breakdowns of students by in person and by remote. And then the other thing, I'm glad to hear you mention the summer program, and I would like to encourage the district to create as a robust summer program as possible, so that we're not just focusing on credit recovery, but also enrichment. I mean, I think that's a lot of what so many students have missed out on during the past year. And also, if there's a way that we can take it out of the buildings and into the neighborhoods, it'll be safer. I mean, the heat, but doing mornings and trying to, take the programming to where our students are so that more people can participate in as many different ways. I'm sure that the board would find support for that. It just seems really, really imperative to me that we support kids and families that way this summer. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. McLaughlin?
Okay, Ms. Rees-Mills, I'm alarmed at these numbers and really the lack of movement or progress from numbers I saw 5 years ago. And with 79% of the kids at Hernandez not making 1 year's growth, let's just take that one because it stands out as the highest number. To what do you attribute that performance?
We'll go ahead and we'll begin with Ms. Owens, because she was the principal there, so she can speak directly to Hernandez as we're pulling out our extra data sheets here. That's Mendez. Go ahead.
So when we're looking at the way NWEA reports student progress, and you're looking at that year's growth, so the projected performance on STAR would be like what we consider the progress measure. Students are making gains, and so if we could provide the data in a different way, showing how much growth they have, but they might have fallen just short of whatever the national normed goal is for that individual child. So my child might have a goal of 14 and have only made 13. He was remote all year long. He didn't really have the hands-on experience, that kind of thing. That does not mean that at the end of the year, he's not going to be in that percentile that makes the expected growth. And so we're really trying to utilize this last 8 weeks that kids are face-to-face. We have a majority to accelerate that learning, really focus on the nuts and bolts, try to enrich, differentiate, personalize for the students. But we feel like The data is reflective of the gaps due to lack of opportunity in some cases, and we think that we have an opportunity to make that up this 8 weeks in the summer, potentially.
And as far as the growth over the last 5 years, there has been some growth going on, occurring at all of the campus. Again, this is the middle of year. There's going to be one more test at the end of the year in May, and that will show us exactly how much the students have grown from the beginning to the end. I believe that where we are right now, in the middle of the year, based on data that was taken in February after the winter storm, that we have seen significant progress, including during this time of having to differentiate what these learning platforms are. Also, as we continue to go on the spectrum, these first 5 years that we've been here is the new curriculum that we brought in, all the concentration with phonemic awareness and in literacy with the Fontes and Pinnell at the earlier, younger levels there, and then also with the 8th grade for all, and currently Ms. Stella Cruz bringing her on board on this team where she is aligning the curriculum K through 5 working with Ms. Zeiger, and so it's taken this long to put these processes into place to make sure that we were following all of the systems and the structure and bringing in and aligning everything to the TEKS resources. So there is growth happening. We're just going to have to show it differently, but I believe that we are making progress.
Last year when we did our data reviews for middle of the year, they were on track and the percentages were much higher. They weren't able to take their state assessments last year, and so we don't have the state assessment data or the end of year data, and so we're anxious to get that data.
But 2 years ago, the mid-year assessments showed gains that weren't borne out in the STAR exam, and so I know you redid assessments to try to correct for that. But if any, that's the only history I have, is that these numbers were better than what the STAR were, and so I'm very alarmed. And and what I have described in the past or 2 years ago as green shoots of progress. We hear what you're doing. We're starting to see things. They have to bear fruit. We're losing a whole generation of kids while we wait in order to provide them the education they need to move on to college and be successful. And 4 out of 5 kids at a single campus, and they're not alone. I mean, I'm picking on Hernandez, but 71% of the kids at De Zavala did not show 1 year's growth. And if they showed 11 months of growth, that's not a year, and they weren't starting at a very accelerated position where they can give back gains. A lot of our kids needed to show 13, 14 months of growth, because of the gaps they came into the year with. 68% at Crockett didn't show a year's growth. Those aren't numbers we're used to seeing. And so as a policy body, what do? We can't just wait while you say, well, the things that I highlighted from your plan were that you were making plans, that you were setting goals, that you had some targeted things, that there was acceleration. And that's the same stuff I heard when this is my last meeting, right? But that I heard when I first got here. We were like 3 meetings in, and a whole different group of professionals had us throw trash at a trash can, and the trash can was too far, and that was our kids. They couldn't, it was just too overwhelming, and that frustration led me to want to see a whole new cast of characters that wouldn't take that approach, that wouldn't give up on San Marcos kids, that wouldn't say, they can't do this. This is as good as we can do. We've got this or that, and we're doing, and yet here we are. And I'm not picking on anybody specifically. As a system, as me, as a trustee, and as an administration, and as teachers in the classroom, this is not good enough, and it's scary, as to what opportunities these kids are going to have and where they're going to go, but then each time I'm asked to go back in the room and approve all the same people to come back and do the same thing and hope for better results, and that's frustrating for me. So, Ms. Ruiz-Mills, where do I look for the progress to justify bringing back the same cast of characters to give it another run?
So what I'm going to say is, as I explain this, the matched students are the students who took it last year to where they are right now. So 21% of those matched students are at the growth. Do you have the diamond shape paper that we can show? Like you can show where Hernandez was and where they were at the middle of the year. Can you just show that to Mr. McLaughlin? I don't know whether you want to approve this cast of characters or not is entirely up to you. I can tell you that if we show you Travis, and I'm going to pull the Travis one out simply because they were our F-rated school back in 2019. So I'm going to take this to the dais and I'm going to explain it. So right here, you'll see the diamonds. That is where students should be at the end of the school year. At the middle of the year, that's where they are right now. I can send this to every single board member so you can see it by grade level. You see, so as you can see on this, Travis is showing growth. So our F-rated school in 1 year since 2019 to where we are now, in the February, middle of year, they are at that diamond. You'll see that third grade math is slightly below. We're anticipating that when they take this test in May, that they will be at or above the diamond. We have this for every campus. You'll see Bowie right here. Bowie right here in February in reading. All grade levels were pretty much at the diamond with exception to the first grade.
What's the diamond again?
The diamond is where you're supposed to be.
Okay, thank you.
But this is only in February. That diamond is where you should be at the end of the school year.
Okay.
In comparison, that's at least 2 reading levels above grade averages or the grade level you should be. All right, now if you look at math, the math isn't there yet, but they're almost there. Right? So what are we doing? We talked about the Lexium, we talked about the Dreambox, we talked about the IXL. We've got systems of support to where the students can continue working on these adaptive programs to build their skill set. Right? Is this where it's supposed to be? Probably not, but in a pandemic, it's pretty good. Okay, there's not going to be a STAR assessment right now. We're using this as an opportunity to disrupt the system, and whether you change the cast of characters or not, the point is our students are learning in this very difficult time where our teachers have had to use dual modalities to present that information to our students. You know, it's a slow process. We've come in, and in 5 years, there has been a system implemented. It takes time because you're having to unlearn everything that was done previously. So I apologize if I'm getting on my soapbox. I apologize if I may be coming off a little too assertive, you know, but there is a system. And in this time of a pandemic, whether I'm being positive, Polly, or too optimistic, we are doing what is necessary. You can change all of the people in this room, but that system is going to have to be created for sustainability in order to continue getting the student outcomes. And you can't change student outcomes until you change the behaviors of the adults in the room. So that's really where we are at this point. I will send those diamond pictures to you with a complete explanation of all of it. We have it. I'll give you the comparison from last year to this year. We can also send you all of not our comprehensive assessments, our common assessment data, because we have that as well, and we will give it to you. Right now, the reason we had Travis and our 2 leaders from our middle schools present is because they are comprehensive schools, and we do have our low-performing elementary school. So this is a requirement where they have to share their plans. Just so you know, we meet every 6 to 9 weeks with our Region 13 person who comes in, and we have meetings with them, and we show them our plans, and they review our plans, and even prior to them, we're getting all of this information and this data, and they seem pleased with the progress that's being made. So, all right, that's it.
Ms. Mejia, you had a question?
Yes. I just want to say that I have spent time with Dr. Reese Mills and her team, and they are doing a fantastic job. I know that they are doing a lot, and they really do have the best interest in our students and also teachers. I have spent time with them, just, walking around the schools, and, they really do pay attention to how the teachers are, instructing our students, and, I'm in support of y'all. So I know it's a slow process in students learning, because students learn differently, and teachers have to learn how to accommodate or modify their lessons to have those students be successful. And so I am hoping that the numbers will reflect success by the end of this semester.
So we're going to use our NWA EA MAP screener data and our common assessment data. Right now, we've got all of our students, the ones who are here, are taking the required STAR EOC exam. That's not going to be used for A through F. They're going to use that data for CCMR. They're going to use graduation rates. We're going to review that data to see how it's comparable to what it was that we were administering. NWEA has a 90% accuracy rate of showing what that projected growth would be and the passing rate would be on the STAR exam. So that's what we're using. Prior to NWEA, we were using the TEA interim assessment data, which was supposed to be aligned, remember, and we piloted it, and then it turned out not to be aligned at all. So that's when we decided we've got to make a shift, and we're going to use something that is nationally normed and has a higher predictability rate.
Mr. Redondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I'm going to take us back a little bit. The NWEA screener, how long has that been implemented in the system, and what did we use prior to that? And then based on those answers to those two questions, I have some follow-up questions, just so if my colleagues can indulge me.
So we've used NWEA for the last 2 years, last year and this year. Prior to that, Ms. Owens, you want to talk about what it was that we were using?
We just used iStation, and then we used Timmy for the kinder through second grade math. None of them were really aligned in giving us the data and the projections that we were looking for. And then even in the interim, we moved to the TEA online, hoping that it's from TEA. This will give us a better projection. It did not. And so the team at that time in teaching and learning, went out and looked at different products, and this was the best one.
So a follow-up based on those two questions, Ms. Owens and Dr. Ruiz-Mills, is historically prior to the NWEA screeners, what has the ISD done when we've identified these learning gaps in previous years or these students who aren't performing on grade level?
So we are mandated to respond and provide intervention for students that need that intervention. Before, I think it was an approach on just trying to Band-Aid and fix, the gaps for the students. Now it is a dual effort in not only intervening where the students have those gaps, looking at those prerequisite skills, but also providing that, job embedded professional development for the teachers, like in real time, trying to support the Tier 1 instruction. That's why we're moving towards personalized learning, blended learning, so that kids doesn't matter what level you are on the continuum, you are making your year's growth, you're setting individual goals, and you are, it's all aligned to the TEKS, whether it's the prerequisites or beyond.
Thank you. And the reason why I bring this up is several months ago, or quite frankly, maybe even a year ago, because it was before the pandemic, we asked the principal of our flagship campus to bring us mid-year failure rates and students who have lost credit due to attendance. And to put it bluntly, that data was catastrophic from what I viewed as where our students should be and why so many students were failing. But that was the first year in my 6 years of service on this school board that we've asked for that data as a school board. And historically, when I was elected and went through that exercise of throwing paper into a trash can, I remember Engaged to Learn, when we were asking our staff to write their own curriculum, and then we find out that the folks that we had didn't know how to write their own curriculum, and so we were not only throwing good money after bad, but asking staff who weren't qualified to write curriculum to write it. And I'm trying not to sandbag for staff because y'all are all adults and professionals, and I don't think anyone's trying to make excuses, but I will say that although it is frustrating at times, the fact that we're discussing this now versus when we see end of course exam scores or STAR scores is progress. Historically, year after year, we were brought data in the fall and we found out how many students we hadn't educated properly that were already going into the next grade level. And I hope and I'm confident that this organization will continue to change as we do more assessments, even though as a trustee, community members come and argue about not having so many assessments for our children, right? So it's a mixed bag when we ask you, we want to know where our students are performing, and the only way to do that is through some standardized instrument, and around we go, right? And so all of that to say, I'm equally as frustrated when you look at the data, trying to reflect over the past year and what our staff and what our students in particular have gone through. I appreciate that we are all trying to persevere and move forward and address the needs of our students and meet them where they're at. I can tell you, when I got elected again, that wasn't even a conversation we were having. I agree with Trustee Halsey that whatever efforts or energies or initiatives this team can come up with when it comes to addressing the challenges that our students have faced over the past year through the summer and even to next fall. You have my support and vote when it comes to any type of financial obligations that proposal might bring along with it. If TEA ever gives us the money that the federal government has tried to provide us, hopefully we can use that, but if not, we have the resources here locally to address those types of programs and efforts and energies. And I just want to pick on Mr. Alvarez in particular, and I know that this is happening at other campuses, but your outreach in the Redwood community and some of the areas in the ISD that I don't think have ever seen ISD staff is greatly appreciated, and I hope your colleagues in the organization learn from your example, and I know Mrs. Passmore as well has partnered with you, and if y'all are doing it, I apologize for not addressing it. I'm sure you are, but from what I've seen, that's the first time we've ever been so intentional, and I hope as we get vaccinated and as things return to quote unquote normal, those types of efforts and energies continue out in the community. I know a lot of that was bore out of the pandemic and getting to our students who are at home learning. But again, I just hope that that continues as we return to 100% in-person instruction. And again, just thank y'all for what y'all do. But there's clearly a lot of work to be done. And it's a breath of fresh air that we're not fighting that fight anymore when people would disagree with us on that concept about where our students are performing.
I am going to add something because Ms. Mejia brought it up as well. We do meet as a curriculum team, and I told Ms. Seaton not to bring it up because she had in her notes that how we meet with the principals, but we have conversations with principals. We review all of the data after the assessments, after a big major project is turned in. We have our data reviews. We come up with plans targeting what we need to do to support each individual student. We look at the data after every IPR. Those are the progress reports after the report cards. I know Ms. Presley and her team and Ms. Villanueva are working to support our students doing what we were calling midwinter school, giving them opportunities to bring up their grades and to also gain or earn their credit back from the first semester. We've completed that. We can get those numbers to you as well. We're reviewing all of those, as well as looking at grades from AP classes, dual credit classes, having conversations with parents. So there is continuous movement, continuous conversation, and it's all based on assessments. It's also based on the work that students are showing when they submit their work, or just casual conversations and conversations in the classroom when we are checking for understanding. And so those are also the different things that are happening on our level. As far as the curriculum, I wasn't here when Engage to Learn was brought in. However, what we have done is the curriculum and the specialists here utilize the TEKS, they utilize TEKS resources, they develop the questions that are aligned to all of the standards that are necessary, and we also pull from the TEKS bank as well as using the previous end of course exam and STAR exam. These are conversations that happen weekly, if not daily, because it's not just something we look at during test time. It's something that is a continuous process that we are implementing. And again, I know some of you have come and seen what the observations look like in the classroom. I welcome you to come and meet with us. Right now we're doing our individual one-on-ones with principals, but when we get back into having the group conversations and doing the walks, you're more than welcome to come into the classrooms with us.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. McLaughlin?
So, yeah, just briefly. During the 6 years I've been here, I approved each one of these hires, y'all's hires, into your present position. I've supported y'all at every turn, given you and the administration everything you've asked for academically, anything, right? And there's a temptation, because I got to know everybody personally, and I like most all of you. Most all of you. That'll stand out. I like all of you. That I just judge the effort, you know, and I see how hard you're working, and I hear what you're doing, and I'm encouraged by that, or somehow that is what I judge things by. But results matter. I'm really here and did this for 6 years for the kids in the community. That's what had me run. I was tired of kids in San Marcos not getting the same opportunities as kids in neighboring districts, and families moving, or quality employers not finding quality employees, kids not going to college, families getting stuck in poverty for multiple generations, in part because they stayed here and trusted this system to give them what they needed to be successful, and this system failed. And so I'm very concerned at the data, and it's nothing personal against any of you. And I think you probably all share my concerns. But I'm going to be gone, and this board's going to get a whole bunch of money that the Fed sent the state, that eventually the state's going to release. And I implore y'all, I'll be a parent and a community member then, not here on the dais, to not spend it on pet projects and things adults want, but hire an army of reading interventionists and others that can fix what this pandemic and the pandemic response has done to these kids, because otherwise it's very, very bleak. So, thanks.
Any further comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cantu,
Yes.
can we take a break and then at a predetermined time by you go into executive session?
Now, we can take a break. It's time for a break, and then we'll come back to go, if I could read what we're going to go into
Can adjourn
executive
now,
session,
right.
okay?
Yeah.
Closed session is authorized by sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. We'll be discussing administrator contract renewals and extensions, teacher and other professional personnel contract renewals, consultation with legal counsel regarding damage caused to vehicles parked on the district premises, reimbursement of expenses and matters related thereto, discussion regarding superintendent's contract. So we can take a break, and let's say at 7:42. Let's try for 7:42 to be in executive session.
Rio's sitting there the whole time, presenting.
Consideration and possible action on administrative contract renewals and extensions. It's down on B. Yes. Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Canty. I'm going to make a motion that we postpone both administrative contract renewals and extensions and superintendent's contract renewal and extension until our...
A second.
And we're ready for a vote. All in favor? And seconded. All in favor? 7 opposed, 0. Consideration and possible approval of teacher and other professional personnel contract renewals.
I move that we approve.
Second.
Who was second?
Miguel.
Mr. Arredondo seconds. All in favor? 7 opposed, 0. Discussion and possible action to approve resolution authorizing reimbursement for damage to vehicles on district property at Bowie Elementary School.
I move that we approve as discussed in closed session.
I second.
Moved by Hanson and seconded by Villapando. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed.
I'm going to abstain.
1 abstention. Consider action regarding superintendent's contract.
I think we dealt with that collectively with A.
That was taken,
We were
that was taken
waiting.
in with the first motion by Mr. Arredondo. Reports and information items, mental health support plan.
Okay, I'll go back. All right, so good evening. Let's see. Board of Trustees and Superintendent Cardona. Tonight we're going to give a brief update on the mental health supports in our district and also speak to some of the collaborations that we have in place around supporting our students with mental health. So I wanted to ground our presentation around a quote. And I'm not going to read all of it to you because you have it in front of you, but I wanted to highlight the part around mental health is not a destination, but it's a process. And so as we move through this presentation, seeing the ideas around what we're doing to currently support our students, but also knowing that it is a process and we're constantly evolving what we do, staying in a place of being reflective, allowing opportunities for feedback, and then moving forward to continue to support the needs of our students with the idea of community being a part of what we do. So the graphic may be a little bit hard to see, but one of the questions that came up was, what do we do whenever we have a loss of a student? And so I want you to see this graphic as not just a circular idea of what we do, but also we are constantly working through this process. And so first being, once it has been identified that we've lost a student, the principal or the designee contacts the family. And it's really important that we engage with the family to determine what are your current needs, where are you in this space, and how can we help support. And this is also a collective effort within our district. It's not just the sole responsibility of one individual or one team. It is all of us working together to ensure that we're supporting our family. And then we move through assessing needs and determining where are we, what are the needs, how do we then move to our next steps, and how do we support our family and our students. And then we move into communication plan. And again, a collective effort around what are we communicating, what are our next steps, we finalize it, and then we activate. Next, moving into identifying circle of friends, and keep in mind, as all of these parts are happening, they're happening simultaneously. Conversations are happening, identifying friends, counseling supports are in place, and then debrief. Because again, we want to stay in that place of being reflective and making sure that we are assessing needs and that we're meeting the needs of our families, and that we understand where we're going next, because it is an ongoing process.
And then I wanted to take an opportunity to speak to supports around mental health, keeping in mind that, again, it is a process. And I really like the visual of the tree because it really speaks to the importance of having deep roots in our community around the support that we do with mental health. So on the left-hand side, you'll just see some of the supports that we have in place. I spoke to you months ago about having T-Chat in place, and so that's telemedicine help for our students. And so students are now receiving they have access to this, where they have 4 free sessions. They have access to prescription referrals. They have an opportunity to be able to meet with a clinician to work through whatever is happening in their life, and that will continue on for next year. And then the other supports that we have in place with Texas State, having social work interns on our campuses to help support communities and schools. Erica will speak to that in a little bit. But Mental Health Coalition, continuing to build capacity in our adults to be able to help our students, and also Pure Ed. So we have a lot of different supports, SMPD. And then on the other side, how do we continue to grow this? And how do we continue to build those deep roots to help support our students? And so I'm completing an internal audit of looking at all of our policies around mental health. What do our policies state? What does legislative updates state? What are some of our gaps to then make recommendations moving forward of what else do we do? Did we miss something? Is there something else that we can do? But again, remembering to stay in that place of being reflective, because mental health is a process. But continued community partnerships, being on the Mental Health Coalition, I was asked to join another task force around mental health. But being a part of the community and being able to have those conversations to see how we can collaborate to, again, help support our students. And finally, I wanted to speak to TEA Aware Grant. Mr. Cardona and I were alerted about 2 weeks ago that TEA is applying for a grant to allow our school districts to have 3 mental health clinicians. It's a $350,000 grant per year over the course of 5 years. So if awarded that grant, we'll learn about it in July. We'll have access to that. But again, continuing to build the goals around mental health to then help support the needs. But having that additional support can then help our students even more. So that's another great opportunity that came our way, and we were like, yes, we want to definitely take advantage of that opportunity. So now we'll move into communities and schools.
Thank you, April. Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Gallardo, and I'm the Communities and Schools Program Director, sorry about that, for supporting our San Marcos CISD staff. So as you know, we are on 5 campuses right now with hopes and communication to hopefully extend our services to other campuses within San Marcos. So I have before you our model of who CIS is, what are we about, how do we support, what does this look like on a day-to-day basis. So we have program managers who are housed on campus, and they serve students and families year-round. And that might mean supporting them through individual or group supports, while also connecting them to community resources that we have collaborations with. So our model is evidence-based. Every year we collect data. We are contract with, we contract with TEA that also monitors our programming. And we collect that data to really identify what the needs are of every specific community and campus that we serve. We are in 7 school districts, and so we want to make sure that even within those school districts, each campus is being served to the best of the program manager's ability specific to those needs. Like I said, we have campus staff housed year-round, so they also work through the month of June, through summer, to provide some summer programming, because we know that when students are disengaged, oftentimes it is a challenge to get them engaged when they come back in August. We work through the 3 tiers of support, which is Tier 1, school-wide, Tier 2 is group supports, and then Tier 3 is individual, student, and family supports. Thank you. No, it's okay. So speaking to our collaboration, like April was sharing, we do work very collaboratively with our school, our school counseling team and school administration team. So our staff meet with the counselors, meet with student support teams, meet with attendance committees, and any other committees that administration deems fit for them to be a part of, to really get an idea of what the needs are and how we can plug in to support. April and I and other district staff meet as needed to staff different family situations that are going on. We work very collaboratively, meet once a month, if not more, to refine and create and refine the process, right? This is our first year in partnership, and so we want to make this the best partnership that it can possibly be. We work through principal stewardship and communicate very regularly with principals, providing monthly reports, having quarterly meetings with administration to update them on the status of programming, what that looks like, what our findings are, and communicate any gaps that we may see that we can plug into. We also have a partnership that April has coordinated with SHIBE, where we meet twice a month to staff those students that we know perhaps may be falling through the cracks. How can we support one another in communicating about this child or children to be able to offer the best that we can, so that way they don't fall through the cracks. Speaking to our Tier 1 services campus-wide, while we do case manage a caseload of students at each campus, we also offer Tier 1 supports. So that could look like anything from a clothes closet, a food pantry, any other presentations or things that administration would like us to offer to the campus. We also offer community partnerships and bring to the table and leverage these agencies that we have built partnerships with over the years, over 30 years within Central Texas. So they are now saying, yes, we'll come out to San Marcos, whereas before that maybe was not in their contract. But because we have partnerships with them and MOUs with them, they are willing and eager and ready to come out to serve our students and families. One of the other things that our program managers have worked really hard on is they have applied for micro grants. So through the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, we have two programs who have applied for $500 micro grants to support their campuses specifically. And then collectively, all 5 program managers have applied for a $14,000 micro grant to support teachers in working with students who have experienced trauma. And so that will be a PD training that will be offered over the summer to the 5 campuses that we serve. And then again, collaboratively, and I use that word a lot because it really is a collaboration, we are also able to offer a teaching with trauma in mind training to all of our San Marcos teachers at our other campuses that we are not currently serving. Thank you.
Good evening, Board Trustees, Mr. Cardona, and all you late night meeting attendees. I am here. My name's Eduardo Rios. I am a parent. I have 2 students here in the high school and 1 over at Miller. I am also a parent of one of the students who lost his life to suicide back last year. As part of what my wife and I put together with our foundation, one of our goals was really looking at how we can help teens with mental health, and how we could consolidate and some of the struggles that we went through with having the means and having the attention and services that my son had with his therapist and his psychiatrist. It still wasn't enough, and a lot of teens are in this situation,
And so one of the things that we're doing that we've always set out to do is we eventually wanted to have a mental health wellness facility here in San Marcos that could serve our population. Because of COVID, because of everything that's going on, we've started a collaboration with the Vita Clinic and the Seek Institute to put together a virtual mental health center that'll be online starting May 1st. And one of the key things that this is going to bring together is all of the services, mental health services that are available in this area. Not just, where they are, who they are, phone numbers, but what kind of insurance requirements they have. I think that's the biggest thing right now in the situation we are with our economy, that some folks don't have insurance and their kids may still need some of this help. In addition to being able to provide that information, we're also going to be working in different ways to help subsidize, to make sure that these students who have a need are able to get access to help locally. When we were trying to search for different types of inpatient and outpatient programs, it was very frustrating to have to drive to North Austin or somewhere down in San Antonio when there are some programs that are available that we just didn't know about because they're not marketed, they're not advertised. So we're excited to launch this starting May 1st. It'll be online, working in a collaboration with the district. My role is working with April on the mental health program that they have in place, giving feedback, also looking at continuing to evolve it so that it meets the needs of our changing population of students. I think it's very important that we're constantly, like any other continual improvement effort, looking for ways where we see gaps where we can address that, meet the gap, and then continue to make it better for our students. So our foundation is working hand in hand to go through, review, evaluate, provide feedback, bring in some recommended practices from other districts to say, hey, this might be something that might work, and see what we can do to continue to evolve that. In the meantime, partnering with the district to say, hey, we've got a resource here that's online. People can go to it, get information, get current information on the financial aspect of it, to see if they can get their child the help that they need. So we're very excited to do that. So more information is at our website, willthrive.org. And like I said, May 1st, we'll be launching our virtual wellness center. I'll be partnering with Andrew here to get the word out to all the district folks to make sure that they get that, and we're hoping to make a difference. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for us? Or?
Mr. McLaughlin?
Okay, so the way this is agendized is mental health support plan, and I appreciate the various things that are going on in and around mental health and knowing about those, but do we have a comprehensive document which explains how those things fit together, for data collection and how we use that, how teachers, students, parents report concerns, and what process goes from there once those red flags show? I mean, do we have something I could go to say, oh, here's how it all fits?
So when you're asking the question of, is there a document? So what we use is, and I'm sorry, I'm just a little tired. I apologize, I just lost my train of thought. So we have a variety of different things that we use in order to be able to support students. But do we have this comprehensive document, which is what you're asking for, where I could just hand you this and say, here's our plan? No, that's what we're working towards getting, and making sure that we have all of those things in place. And so that we're not missing anything. So we have in place, we have our suicide protocols that we follow. And so we have our flow charts, and we know what we need to do in the moment of suicidal ideation or some type of ideation that a student has.
So yes, we have that, and we have the documents that we follow, and we know how we document those things. And our school counselors keep up with how many students that they've had to report, number of CPS cases. But if you're asking for it so are you asking for it like in this nice, neat binder? Yes. So of our documents that we follow,
I don't care
but.
necessarily if it's in a binder, but that it's complete, right? And that if something happened, you know, you won the lottery and you decided you would just go live on the beach, right? And all the knowledge that's in your head of how those pieces fit together isn't there. You know, what's left behind.
Yes.
Right?
So those documents, yes.
Yeah, and so I'm also helping to review that with April too. We do understand that there are some gaps that we're working through. And I think, like I said, this is an evolutionary process. So what we want to do is address the gaps, work through and understand what can we put in place in the short term, what's going to take a little bit longer. Mr. Cardona and I had a conversation. He said, hey, if we need resources, we need to bring that to this body here to make sure that we put the plan in place with what it needs so that it's a successful plan. So like I said, I think right now what we're doing is going through evaluating what we have today, understanding how do we make sure that going forward that goes into practice so that it's consistent and the communication is consistent, and see where we can get from there. But definitely, I'm weighing in on that.
Great. That's good to know.
So I apologize. I don't know that I answered your question. So the answer to your question is yes.
Is there an estimated delivery time of when you think this project would be complete?
The start of the school year. So the biggest thing was being able to look through, like I said, what do we have in our board policy? What do we have in legislative updates? I think in our last legislative update, school counselor was mentioned a dozen plus times. And so just ensuring that there aren't any of those gaps. So looking through that, looking at the documents that we have in place, do they align with what we should have in place? Revising anything that we need to revise, update anything, keep what we have that's currently working, and then package that together for our school counselors to ensure that they're ready.
And John, to answer your question, we want to have an executable plan by the start of the school year.
Okay, that's great. And is there a system of, I'm sure there is, but I don't, as a trustee, I don't know what it is, and that's why I'm asking. But it seems like there's certain things that would flag, right? Absences, engagement. We had a lot of engagement statistics from Canvas. Do we have a system where once certain warning signs surface, it's a referral to a counselor, it's resources to the family, and that happens automatically?
So on each campus, they are meeting to have those conversations. So looking at their attendance data, utilizing their parent liaison, utilizing their campus counselor. So it's not just school counselor, it's having their RTI teams, all of those that come together to then have those conversations. So I'll use the high school as a perfect example. They have their campus support team. They meet, they look at the data around their students, and then so communities and schools participates in the meeting. School counselors there, SEL counselors there, our multi-tiered systems of support coordinator is there in that meeting. They have a campus admin that participates in that meeting. And so there, collectively, they have those conversations about their students, and then it's one of those where it's like, okay, this is a good fit for you. This is a good fit for you. How are we going to support this student? So they use all of those things to then help them determine what are going to be our next steps to help support our students. And then on top of that, as Erica was sharing, communities and schools along with our school counselors will meet based on different referrals that they may receive for their students to then say, which one who's appropriate for this student? Is this a school counselor issue? Should communities and schools work with this student? So you'll see that happening in multiple spaces on a campus to then be able to ensure that they are supporting the needs. But all of that data drives those decisions. Whether or not a student is coming to school is one of those first indicators to say, hey, there may be something going on.
Yeah, and I guess I'm like, so when you're drafting the plan, it would be helpful to that it could be less edu-speak maybe, like, and more just how you engage with the kid. Like, I know you have meetings, but I don't get excited about meetings. I want to know who's going to roll out there and make sure everything's good, right? And so I think if it were drafted in that manner, it would be helpful to parents and community members.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ms. Halsey?
I wanted to thank all three of you for presenting, and also especially to Mr. Rios, because your courage in this
undertaking is very much appreciated. But I do have a question. Mr. McLaughlin, I think, was asking a lot about the proactive part of the plan, which I think is a huge, obviously a place of emphasis. Unfortunately, I think we also have to have a responsive plan also.
Yes.
And so if you could go back to the slide with the circle and the things around it.
Yes.
There we go. So what I would hope to see by the beginning of the school year is these areas very specifically addressed and illuminated, and also the relationships between them. So like when we say counseling supports, okay, identify circle of friends, well, what do we do once we identify the circle of friends? I want to know, like, what is the communication going to the circle of friends? And also, it's not just the circle of friends that are affected by a tragedy like this, right? So how are we making this, what's the rubric for making the decisions about how public we are or are not? And how that gets communicated. I think it's a horrible, terrible position, and nothing anybody wants to deal with, but we need to be prepared to better deal with it.
Oh, absolutely.
And have compounding problems, right? And I think I was concerned several weeks ago when I heard staff at the high school saying they had no idea that any of this had been going on, and that was alarming to me.
Yes.
And so I think we need, because they might have been able to be part of the solution earlier, right? And so I understand it's a pandemic and it's all of these compounding problems, but I would like to see us have a very detailed, like, here is the communication, like, maybe like at least the outline of it, right? There's got to be an outline.
No, and I agree with you. But the point of this was to be able to give you a concise picture of it without all of the details that come into play. So
I'm going to be,
okay.
If I am here in August sitting in the seat, I'm going to be
Sure.
looking for the details of that communication and the way the decisions are made and what studies, what research, what data is going in to make those decisions.
And also,
I was going to say, just so to get away from the edu speak there, what we're talking about is multi-pronged, and this is really what this graphic illustrates. Is one, you've got to have awareness, and that goes both on the prevention side as well as when there is an incident. You've got to be able to respond consistently and communicate, and then you've got to be able to have a framework for support with this circle of friends. Anytime you have a suicide, 160 people are impacted. So you've got to take into account, that's a national statistic. All of the stuff that she's talking about, we didn't have to invent any of it. It's out there. There's whole kits that were taken to kind of build these things in. Our neighbors in Hayes have it set up already. So it's just a matter of going through, tailoring it to what's going to work, and making sure that it is a detailed, executable plan that's consistently executed the same way across the district.
Yes, thank you. Again, I really appreciate your willingness to be part of this process.
And also keep it in mind that when we talk about crisis, it's not just the loss of a student. There are multiple crises. And so the conversation extends further than just what school counselors are doing around this. And so including Mr. Wozniak in having this conversation of, things that we do for other crises that happen. So we want to make sure that it's inclusive of all things that are happening. We're speaking to one particular component, but when we think about crisis, we want to think about it from a district perspective of all things that we may need to address or what the communication may need to look like. So just wanted to make that quick little point. Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Hanson?
I also want to make sure that everybody in the school district and the community that wants to gets trained in this, because, it may be the bus driver the kid connects with. Yes. It may be the custodian. It may be a teacher. Who knows who that person connects with, that they will, give them those signs or actually tell them, I'm thinking about this. So I want to make sure that everybody receives the training, not just teachers or counselors, and also offer it to community members, parents.
And that's definitely an area where I feel like we have improved consistently every year of ensuring that it's not just teachers that receive a training around trauma and mental health. And we had that conversation this year about next year, that it is everyone within our district. that has access to this information. So then that way, we're not just building teacher capacity, because I think sometimes we can get focused and it's like, it's just the teacher, but as you said, so ensuring that when we do these, it's everyone is at the table.
Right.
So I agree.
Thank you.
Mr. Arredondo, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, President Cantu. Thank you, Mr. Rios et al. I can't verbalize all the things as eloquently as Trustee Halsey, but again, just like thank you for the work that y'all are doing. In the interim of us formalizing, the overall plan like Mr. McLaughlin referenced and specializing it to meet the unique needs of the San Marcos CISD community, and if this is already happening, please share it with me. Or I speak specifically to, I think there was one issue that I reached out directly to April and Mr. Cardona, and immediately there was a response in place on one individual whose guardian reached out to me. And so I know that the framework is there for a response, and I'm thankful that that system already existed. I guess my concern is as we develop these responses and flesh them out and plug in with different organizations and safety nets, if you will, is there a response or, and I don't know how to verbalize this appropriately, but obviously the ISD can't be the end-all be-all, and we can't reinvent the wheel and create this entire apparatus to respond to every student's individualized needs, because that's its own operation in and of itself. So I'm just curious, if there's a catastrophic situation occurring, does the ISD have, I hate to use this word, but like vendors or resources in which we send that family immediately to, and then they respond, and we ensure that financial barriers are not in the way, or insurance barriers? And I guess if you could speak more to that. I understand we're developing a specialized response here locally, but until that exists, will you share more about, when there's immediate needs, how does the ISD respond when we might not have that resource or response intervention in place yet?
So, yeah, if I can just start it off, and then April can chime in. But anytime you have something like this, it's going to transcend the ISD, and you're exactly right. This is where the community collaboration comes in with not just our foundation, the San Marcos Mental Health Coalition, with several of the providers, Shibe, Vita Clinic, Seek, several of the providers here in town, to be able to try to extend that, because it's got to be something that's 24/7. With regard to those resources, on our Wellness Center, we'll have those posted up there. With regard to trying to get a family to utilize those resources, that might be a little bit more tricky, because the family really has to initiate that. Having them available to them, communicating to them that they are available, communicating to them that there are ways to breach some of the financial things that are burdensome with mental health care is only one partial step. There's still a lot of work needed to get to a point where it's seamless across the community and the ISD. What we're looking for is progress. And what we're looking for is something that we can measure to say, we're better than we were yesterday. And that's really what we're trying to do. That's really what, from a community perspective, we're working to make that model better. So it's a work in progress.
And just to follow up on that, and this is more directed to Ms. Chapman, is I understand that this is an ongoing conversation and deliberative process, and as someone who has personally navigated issues with mental health and trauma and going to treatment and having the privilege and luxury actually to have insurance and an employer who provides that safety net, if you will, there are a lot of institutional barriers to that, knowing how to navigate the insurance process. And that's to say that I had insurance, right? So, and I'm not saying that the ISD has to take ownership for these families, but obviously there is a barrier, like Mr. Rios just referenced to. We can share with a family, here are these resources. here's this partner organization. Here is a philanthropic entity that can help cover the costs of these services. But unfortunately, even providing those dots doesn't mean that they're going to get connected on the side of the parent or the guardian or the family. And I don't think that that's because they don't want to have those dots connected. It's just, in some instances, it is, almost impossible to navigate that system if you're not familiar with it or comfortable with it or know who to go to. And so I guess that is the question that I circle back to is, in the interim of having this safety net that is built specifically for our community, is there a way, or how are we being deliberate in, even if it is, and this is a bad way to phrase it, but, dragging the student and the family through the process to ensure that they, as best as we are able to make sure that they go through it. And again, that was like a convoluted train of thought, but again, this is a very sensitive subject for me personally, and so I'm just trying to better understand how, when we connect a family to a resource, what are we doing to say, like, have you engaged in this service? Mm-hmm. Is there an obstacle that you are encountering or experiencing? How can we help you navigate that? So,
and it's exactly what you're saying. It's the conversation, and so we have that with our families, and we talk to them about, is it the fact, do we call with you? Where are you? So you walk alongside the family within the process. And so with whatever it may be. And so if it is utilizing our parent liaison to then have that conversation with the family and say, we're going to walk through this process with you and call with you. And we will gladly sit with you and call the provider with you and then help you to then navigate the language, whatever is being asked of you. Our school counselors can do that, communities and schools, and I know that's what Erica is going to speak to. But being able to, so for example, we use our resources. So that's the point of what school counselors do. You make those connections. And so if it's reaching out to community action because they can help close the gap with regards to being able to pay rent, then we do so. Reaching out to communities and schools and saying, there is a need for a refrigerator. Can you help us with it? Is this something that the family, that you can help connect us with the family? So it's engaging in those conversations and reaching out to our partners and saying, okay, this is what we need. Now, can you help us with this? And then walking the family along through that process. And I understand what you're saying, but I know you don't mean a literal sense of like dragging someone through, but it's then reaching back out to then say, okay, we're still here. Where are you within the process? Because some families want you to then walk right alongside of them, and some just want you to give me the information, I will take it, and then you come back and you revisit. So always making sure that you close the loop, and I know you want to share, but we walk alongside of the families through those things.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so grateful that you have such an awareness and can speak to that. So there's a term in social work is meet the family where they're at, right? We could never force them to attain this mental health or support. And all of our CIS staff are mental health trained. And so as social workers, LPCs, we are able to walk with the family through that process. I know our counselors do it as well, but oftentimes they are also spread thin with other academic supports that they're having to offer. And so as mental health trained staff, they can transport the family to SHIBE, wait with them at 7:30 in the morning to make sure they get an appointment, or if they get turned away, right, then we have to revisit and come back tomorrow. They are able to, they have access to, if they are not bilingual, they have access to a language line where we can provide multi-language supports to families in our school district. And so we are able to support the families at the campuses that we serve. Obviously, that's not across the district yet, hopefully, but we are there to walk with them through the process, to connect them to the other resources within the community, and try to close those gaps as it relates to possibly insurance. If we have partnered agencies or other brokering services within our network of community, we can call on those places so that way the families don't have to.
And I just wanted to add, really, this is where the area that we can have an effect on is education and awareness. We can make people in our district aware that help is available. Whether they access it or not, it's just like the vaccination. You're going to take it, you're not going to take it. So we can't force them into this. We can target them, we can talk to them, we can communicate with them, but they have to take those steps, and that takes a lot of courage to do. And especially if you're in a financial situation. So education and awareness is a key component of this plan being successful, not just in the district, but in the community. So that's one of these things that will require some resources at some point, and that's what we're going to put together to present that to you.
I'm glad that you have bilingual assistance, because as a counselor, I know I spent a lot of time translating, calling the resource and helping parents walk through the application process. So I'm very happy that you're addressing that bilingualness.
And also, and I know we can speak to the fact that communities and schools is at 5 campuses, but that doesn't stop the conversation with, if it's not at a campus that they're serving, for me to reach out to Erica and say, we're looking for this particular resource. Do you know of an agency? That's why these relationships are so important, because you are able to then pick up the phone and call and ask and say, are you aware of this particular service that's in need? Yes, we have this person, and then reaching out and contacting them. So it's even in the absence of communities and schools, we still have that collaboration to be able to connect our families with those resources.
Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Proclamation 2021 overview, pre-K materials.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cardona. I'm James Nevares, Executive Director of Digital Learning and Innovation. I'll be discussing item 7C in the agenda, Proclamation 2021 Materials Adoption. Instructional materials allotment was created in Chapter 31 of the Texas Education Code. It is funding provided by TEA to allow districts to purchase instructional materials without burden to operating budget. The biennium for this next 2 years will begin at the end of this legislative session. It'll include Proclamation 2021 and Proclamation 2022. The one that we'll be focusing on today will be Proclamation 2021, which will be a call for English and Spanish pre-kindergarten systems. My responsibility is to facilitate the process for helping us choose the best materials for the district and to ensure that our state IMA monies are allocated appropriately. This is a high-level overview of our adoption timeline. We began the process in November 2019 with the principal overview for Branham Pre-K on the process and began to establish our campus committee. In December of 2019, we ordered publisher samples, which lasted into January, where we started to begin to review those materials, full working sets from the publishers that teachers are able to put their hands on and take a look through all the different types of materials and resources that are offered with each platform. Several members from Branham Pre-K attended the Region 13 Pre-Kindergarten Adoption Support Conference, where they were able to see some of these things in action and speak with various publishers. By the end of February 2020, we finalized our top 3 preferred materials and had a bake-off, so to speak, in March, where we invited each of those top 3 to present at Branham Pre-K. At that time, we asked our campus committee to submit the pre-K rubric so that we could grade them based on our internal rubric and present it to DEIC. Now we're in April, we're presenting the materials here for a board presentation, and within the next several weeks, we'll be doing a community digital display based on the materials that either adopted or not adopted tonight. Committees were comprised of, at the campus level, principal, assistant principal, numerous teachers, and the information literacy specialist, also known as librarian. At the district committee, it was comprised of the deputy superintendent, chief innovation officer,
Director of Bilingual Services, Director of Special Education Services, myself, and the Director of Post-Secondary Readiness. Bonham teachers and administrators reviewed 6 total platforms. The top 3, after reviewing those kits in both English and Spanish, were Get Set for School by Learning Without Tears, so everything in purple, Frog Street Pre-K by Frog Street, and Pre-K on My Way by Scholastic. We greatly value third-party reviews because it helps us ensure that we're choosing high-quality instructional materials. So we took a look at each one of those top 3 products to see how they fared against the Texas Resource Review. The Texas Resource Review reviews 11 different domains: how well the product aligns with the Texas Pre-K guidelines, skills and practice, health and wellness, language and communication, the 4 major content areas in addition to arts and technology, progress monitoring, support for all learners, and implementation. Frog Street is one of the only products that received 100% from each one of those different domains, with Scholastic coming in second, and Learning Without Tears opted to not be a part of the third-party review. In addition to third-party reviews, we do our own internal scoring based on 7 different areas. Organization of content, we want to know what that sequencing of content is and the depth of the content. Student work, so what's the clarity and purpose of the assignments? Student reflection analysis, this is about building student agency. Are they able to progress monitor their own learning? What's the conceptual understanding, idea, and expression? Teacher work, content support and strategies for inquiry and problem solving. Assessments, how do they align to the standards, both formative and summative assessments? Digital resources, we want to make sure that the platforms are robust and that there's good online instructional delivery and support for families. And then the last one is kind of woven into everything else. It's diversity and inclusion. It's acknowledging and celebrating diverse cultural experiences and ensuring that any materials that we get represent our student population. So based on our internal scoring rubric, we have Frog Street that pulled out ahead with 906, a score of 906. Scholastic, second with a score of 773, and then Learning Without Tears, a score of 559. The materials that Bonham Pre-K and the district would like to move forward with are Frog Street. It really does offer an extremely well-rounded set of materials. Weekly organized instructional plans with English learner supports, differentiated instruction for students, and differentiation built in to the daily walkthroughs for teachers. Frog Street has morning meetings built in based on conscious discipline, which aligns with our SEL adopted framework. Comprehensive dual language support, so authentic Spanish literacy, no translations. And then the digital supports for families, they really hit the ball out of the park on this one, offering read alouds for parents to do with their students, partnership with abcmouse.com, and then their own Frog Street Pre-K at-home app for students and parents to utilize while they're not at the district. In addition, we really like to focus on integrating STEAM into instruction because it helps us round out computational thinking and logical reasoning, and it's in perfect alignment with one of our grants, which goes from pre-K through to 12 for a computer science pathway. And Frog Street does that utilizing computational thinking, sequencing, pattern identification, and utilizing coding robots. They also support, which is a big tenet for Bonham Pre-K, play and inquiry. So the recommendation is to move forward with Frog Street Pre-K system for Bonham Pre-K, which will support each one of the content areas.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Instruction updates.
Good evening, good morning, Board President Cantu. I just thought I'd throw that in there. Superintendent Cardona, Board of Trustees, I'm going to be delivering the construction update for April. I'm going to be very brief. You all have the pictures in front of you. I'll tell you that the budget is still hovering just under $5 million. The next step in talking to Dr. Barton is we're going to be specifically looking at projects and putting a dollar amount so we can get a value, an estimated cost, and then we'll be in a position to bring that to the board for consideration. We're still a couple of months away, but we've got some idea of what we want to do, and at this point it's just putting a value next to each of them. As far as Miller's concerned, nothing has changed on the schedule. Obviously phase 1 is going to be completed in the next 30 days, and what I've done on the next slide is actually show you what's going to be transpiring over the next 30 to 45 days. With Area DNF, which is the band hall, new admin, fine arts, and library. May 6th and 7th, we're going to be meeting with the San Marcos Fire Department to get a temporary certificate of occupancy. We have furniture being delivered on the 10th and set up to the 10th through the 12th. We are going to be moving certain staff over. As you can see there, the nurse, SRO, counselor, band, and choir will be moving over to the new areas. And the reason behind that, and I know that's so close to the end of the school year, but the reason behind that is we need to get Weber started in that area for the summer project, which is phase 3 and 4 that we need to complete before students come back in August. And then after school is out, we'll move the balance of administration, receptionists, the labs, and the library. Those are some pictures comparing March to April. The entry, you can see the windows that have been installed, the storefronts, sidewalks that have been set. That's the windows along the admin area, sidewalk as well. The metal panels, if you look in between the windows, the metal panels will be finalized probably in mid-June. There's a little delay in getting those ordered and delivered. Just a picture of the ceiling grid. I think the pictures you probably have in front of you are a little better. The picture all the way to the right is the new ceiling in the library. And the next photo is of the parent liaison, the library office, comparing March into April. And then the second floor labs back in March. And then a shot of this month, the admin offices and the second floor. A lot of progress at Miller. There's a lot to do in the next 30 to 45 days, but we're confident that we're going to be able to get the staff that we need to get moved over. As far as days of Allah, nothing here as far as the schedule is concerned. We're still on track for May 30th for the library completion. As I mentioned to you all last time, we are working ahead on phase 3B completion. We've got the gym lights completed. We did demo the kitchen, and it's actually work in progress right now. And once again, that was to get ahead. And we did some asbestos abatement in the 4th and 5th grade hallway over spring break. Some of the items that have been completed, like I said, a lot of work in the library, a lot of work in the kitchen, and some items in the next 30 days. There's some photo of the cafeteria before the demo, which was on March 12th. That's what it looked like. And this is actually a video. It's very short, but so that's what it looked like on March 18th, which is about 4 or 5 days later, because that was over a weekend. So obviously demo's probably the fun part of construction, and it doesn't take very long, but that sort of gives you an idea of what the kitchen looked like after. And I have one more photo for y'all that'll show you what it looks like with some framing that's done. That's the library back in March. The library last week, and then some kitchen framing on the left, and then the shot of the library main desk on the right-hand side. So both projects are running smooth. Like I said, a lot of work over the next 30, 45 days at Miller, and then we'll also be done with the library at Days of Allah, but it's not going to be in time for students to enjoy it until they come back in August.
I like that you have the comparison from one month to the other. I think it shows the work that they're doing. And also, I wanted to remind you that you were going to invite the trustees to tour the high school career area.
Yeah, the STEAM building, which is the new building, it's right behind us. I was thinking about that, and if it works out, maybe before the next board meeting, for those that can arrive early. If not, we can do it at another time. But bring y'all in early, whoever wants to tour it, or if you want to come in at a different time, you can see it as well.
I know Ms. Halsey wants to. I do. Who raised their hand over here? Sorry. Okay, I have a question. Oh, okay. I thought you wanted a tour.
I want to tour also.
Okay.
Halsey, go ahead.
I just want to say two things. One, that I think that every time I'm at Miller, I feel like it's moving along so quickly, and it's looking really, really great. And I also just had an opportunity for the first time to see the entryway at Days of Allah, and it's fantastic. Like, it's really a great, beautiful space, like night and day. It feels so welcoming and so open, and it just feels transparent, and I feel like it's just really going to be a big transformation for that campus. So.
It is, and the library is taking shape. The library is going to really look nice. I'll tell you about Miller. It's going to be incredible. It really is. I didn't get to see it before. I saw some pictures, but I mean, from what the product looks like inside, it's going to be something that the whole district can be proud of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I'll be brief. Mr. Sandoval, I understand that it's an internal process to identify how the projected, $4.8 million could be spent in regards to unmet needs across the district regarding facilities. I brought this up during previous presentations, not when you were in that role or even when Superintendent Cardona was in his role, but 2 bond packages ago, Mendez Elementary School was transitioned from a middle school to an elementary school, and there's some like ghosts of that campus that still exists there. There's a dilapidated scoreboard that says goodnight junior high, and then there's a concrete foundation of when there used to be bleachers back there from when it was a middle school, and even a band like grandstand platform for when then the middle school band staff was out there conducting, right? So I hope across all of our campuses, Goodnight used to be the former San Marcos High School, and so in all those projects of where we've transitioned them from one facility to another, I hope that a part of your exercise with your staff and the administration is closing out a lot of those unfinished projects that might exist across the ISD that I think reflect poorly on us as an organization. That there's again a scoreboard that is almost 15 years old, and that campus is no longer serving that use with that scoreboard and with that name.
Right.
So to not bemoan the subject, I look forward to seeing those types of issues addressed as you identify how to use those unexpended bonds.
We will. I'll tell you this, the list is long, and there's only so much that we're going to be able to do with the funds, but once again, that'll be y'all's decision once we get to that point. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandoval. And now we'll get to the nitty-gritty. James, I'm sorry. The quarterly investment report and the quarterly financial, Dr. Barton.
Yes, ma'am. Very quickly, on page 59, just one point of interest. We often talk about the general fund or your fund balance as a revolving account. It's not a static account with millions that just sit there. It's our payroll from month to month. This is actually the peak of our general fund. So if you look at the ending market value, it's $66,770,000. That will attrition about $7 million a month from now through next September, when we start receiving property taxes again in October. That should leave us right in the low $20 million range, which is 3 months of expenditures, which is the general reserve that we're supposed to keep. We're in good shape, and we're exactly where we're supposed to be on that, but I often come to you and say it's not that much, or it actually illustrates that this quarter it ends at almost the exact moment we finish collecting property taxes. And so I wanted to make sure I point that out. Are there any questions on the investment report? On page 65, our quarterly financial report.
Again, there were some questions in last year's budget cycle about how the pandemic was going to impact our community. I think the most important point of interest is the top line, local tax revenue. We're at 101%. So we're, again, we've finished collecting property taxes at the end of March. And so we have, honestly, we've met what we've projected. We are 92% of our revenue overall, and there's still some state aid left to come, but we expect to be exactly where we budgeted on the revenue side. Are there any questions on the financial report? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barton. Next is report on trustees' continuing education hours from April 2020 to present. We are required to report our training hours prior to an election date. Whether or not the election is held, the announcement shall be reflected in the meeting minutes and when necessary posted on the district's website in accordance with law. Board member Miguel Arredondo, 5 credits. Clem Cantu, 14.75 credits. Ann Halsey, 5.75 credits. Kathy Hansen, 25 credits. Myra Mejia, 20.50. Margie Villalpando, 8.0 credits. And these will be reflected in our minutes. Central office update. Mr. Barton?
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Barton?
At agenda prep, trustees asked for some information to support the action item later in the agenda, very quickly in 3 slides. First of all, our lease at Mill Street is for 7,932 square feet. That renews annually every year on November 1. The lease does require a 6-month notification of intent to non-renew, and you can see from the year-to-year payments, there's a fixed increase of 2% each year. That's a little bit of a staggering sum, just right off the bat, but I'll tell you, it works out to be $19.50 per square foot per year, which is very competitive for a space as big as 8,000 square feet. In San Marcos, there's only a couple like that, and they're above $20 per square foot per year. And I believe, a little bit out of my depth discussing real estate in San Marcos, but the market in San Marcos is growing and the property value is growing far more than 2% a year. So we're not disadvantaged where we are, even though this is not where we want to be for the long run. I want to give a quick report on the Central Office Subcommittee. This has been an outstanding group where they've met twice since you formed it, and they've generated considerable action. At our first meeting in January, we reviewed the Mill Street lease, much like you and I just went over, and the group directed administration to issue an RFQ for architectural services. If the board was going to consider a central office plan, they wanted you to have an architect giving you guidance on that so that you could ask specific questions and get detailed answers. They reviewed all of our unused property and facilities in the district, and they asked administration to identify property that could be sold if the board intended that at some point in this process. They reviewed the 2019 central office needs assessment back when the board considered placing central office on the Mendez property. There was a needs assessment that took place, so we reviewed that document. And then we had a real good discussion about the challenges of purchasing property in San Marcos, just the speed at which it moves versus the speed of governance. And we ran into that in the last time we went through this also. At our second meeting in March, the subcommittee received an update on the RFQ for architectural services. They received an updated central office needs assessment, so not from 2019, but from 2021. We discussed potential district facilities, the potential of district facilities, and we discussed the vacant property the board could sell to offset cost, again, if that was their intent. We set a plan for a May meeting. Right now, our hope is to make a recommendation to you to allow the lease to renew for 1 more year. We intend to bring to you a recommendation for an architect that has got demonstrated excellence with central office facilities in May. After that, we'd like to negotiate a contract for a feasibility study for a central office. And that would be something that we do really transparently, step by step, with a general fund budget amendment that just reflects the price as it is negotiated. That way it's really transparent. I think there were some questions in the last process, and it wasn't as transparent as it could have been. Our hope would be this time next year to be giving notice at Mill Street.
because we would have selected a project and we would be underway. And if for some reason we weren't done by the November after that, our hope would be to go month to month until that facility is ready, whatever it is, whether the board intends to buy a property and renovate it, or to build on a vacant property, or to renovate or demolish something and build. It's totally up to you. But if we continue action at this pace, hopefully we can be in something by this time in November 2022. But that would be quick.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Barton. We'll move into our consent agenda items. Approval of minutes for regular scheduled board meeting on March 8th, 2021, and special call meeting on April 5th, 2021.
I move that we approve. I'll second that.
Moved by Ms. Hanson and seconded by Ms. Villalpando that we approve the minutes for March 8th and for April 5th. All in favor? 7 opposed, 0. Items for action. Consider resolution to approve contract for annual financial auditor.
Ms. Cantu.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I'm going to make a motion that we approve the contract for an annual financial auditor as presented by the administration.
I'll second.
Have a motion by Mr. Arredondo, a second by Mr. McLaughlin.
Can we hear from Mr. Sandoval?
Oh, Mr. Sandoval, were you going to?
I was just going to speak to it if anybody had any questions. We did issue an RFP back on January 26th. We got 4 responses. We had the evaluation committee that ranked all 4, and they ranked ABIP as the best value for the district. So
That's who we currently have?
that's who we used last year, yes.
That's right. All in favor? 7 opposed, 0. Yes.
Move that we consider, that we approve the proclamation 2021 as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Halsey, seconded by Ms. Hanson. All in favor? 7 opposed, 0. Consider action regarding membership of Central Office Committee.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes. Ms.
I
Mejia?
actually motion to postpone the membership of Central Office Committee.
For purposes of discussion, I'll second.
Any discussion?
So, since we have an election coming up, I just feel that, some of our, at least one new member could potentially be interested in joining the Central Office Committee.
I know that Ms. Villalpando had expressed an interest in joining that committee. Ms. Villalpando, are you still interested in joining that committee?
This is a committee that's doing the investigations for the central office. Yes, ma'am. Well, I already attended a meeting. I thought we had.
We needed to make
Moved
it
that
official and vote.
Oh, this is official.
This is to make it official.
Yes, I'm interested.
I'd prefer that we keep Ms. Villalpando.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that we need to vote on. We had a motion made by Ms. Mejia and seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Any further questions or discussion?
What was the motion?
Her motion was that we wait, that we postponed it.
Yeah, so obviously I seconded this for purposes of discussion. I agree. I look forward and anxiously hope that Trustee Halsey returns to the dais in May and beyond. But there is the reality that there will be at least one additional trustee on this dais who might want to partake in a process that could, cost this district in upwards of, $6, $7, or $8 million. And so, I don't want that to take place, right? But if it is what happens, I want as many perspectives in that exercise to be present. So, and
You're saying?
I'm supportive of the postponement, and I guess a follow-up to that, Mr. Barton, is in the presentation there was a discussion of a May meeting. Has that been set, or would the future trustee, if they want to participate in that process? Would they miss it just based on the timeline of them being sworn in?
We haven't fixed the date yet. I just sent that email out on cycles. So no, it hasn't been set.
Okay, and I know, last month we went through an exercise of what is policy and procedure and, what we can do and should do. And so I understand that Mrs. Villapando attended a meeting, but she obviously was not selected by this board to attend the meeting. It was an internal decision to do that. So I don't think just because she was present means that by default this board needs to appoint her. And obviously we're here to do that tonight, but Trustee Mejia motioned to postpone and I seconded, so we can vote on that and decide how to proceed.
Ms. Halsey?
I wonder if we might not find a compromise in this, and for the sake of being able to continue moving forward with the idea that we would be able to be someplace else by November 2022, that if we might be able to move forward with Ms. Villapando, and because we've had some upset and there's changes and what, et cetera, continue with this, appoint Ms. Villapando officially tonight, move forward with that, but then maybe readdress it in August or September, and as a whole board, and look at it and see at that time we have 1 or 2 new trustees. They will have had time to become familiar with the issues and they can sit in on the meeting, and then we could just sort of take it at that point and see if the people that are there are still interested, or if there might be other people who might be interested.
If that was a motion to, I guess if I withdraw my second and Trustee Mejia withdraws her motion, would you craft that into your own motion to create a reappointment of the committee in a future month? Okay, then I'll withdraw my second.
I withdraw as well.
You withdraw your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Ms. Halsey, do you have a motion?
I move that we appoint Ms. Villapando, Trustee Villapando, to the Central Office Committee this evening, and that we revisit the committee and the membership of the committee in the August board meeting.
I second. Moved by Ms. Halsey that we wait until the August board meeting to look at the membership again. Seconded by Ms. Hanson. All in favor, raise your hand. 7, opposed 0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion and possible action regarding central office lease at 631 Mill Street, San Marcos, Texas.
Ms. Cantu.
Redondo?
Thank you. I move that this board authorize the superintendent or his designee to reauthorize our current lease agreement at the Mill Street location as presented by staff, pending staff exploring alternative options prior to May 1st, and authorizing them to execute a contract if an alternative location is equal to or less than the current contract at Mill Street.
I second, but with the addition of exploring the option of renegotiating our current lease to stay current pricing or less.
Can we get that on there?
I don't quite understand.
Okay, so
Mr.
that
Arredondo.
confused me a little bit.
Could you clarify, Ms. Hanson?
Yeah, okay, so my original motion, the intent is to authorize the superintendent or his designee to reauthorize the contract as presented by staff. But between now and May 1st, I hope that staff explores other lease square footage space in San Marcos. And if we find something of equal or lesser value for the year, then we authorize the administration to move forward with that option. I'm not saying that it is possible, not possible. I just want to be able to say that 3 years into this exercise at Mill Street, staff had a concerted effort to look at alternative spacing in the community. And if that exercise doesn't bore out anything, then you move ahead on May 1st at Mill Street based on your recommendation. So that's clarifying my initial motion, as stated.
And we had a second?
Yes, and I said that with the addition of trying to renegotiate our current lease to where we can stay current pricing, like the rent that we are paying right now, or negotiating to a lesser value.
So that's an offered amendment to Mr. Arredondo's motion?
Wait, can you say that? Yes, motion?
An amendment?
Yes.
It's an
Oh,
amendment.
amendment, yes, oh, sorry.
So I'm not too
Accept
sure
that-
how
will you
to
accept that
amend my
amendment?
original motion, but I'll amend it to reflect Trustee Mejia's suggested amendment.
I think we have it. I mean, I don't know, Mr. Barton, do we have a current, I mean, we have a contract, right? And it says that there's to be a 2% increase, right? Yes, sir. Okay, so
If,
you're saying,
if possible, if we ask them, will they lock it in at the current rate, I guess? Will they do that?
oh,
They can ask and. I know that.
I mean, I think, like, with the meetings that we've had, the discussions were always to save money. And, I am open to alternative locations, but I'm also open to staying, for y'all to stay at the current location as well. But I don't like the idea that it keeps increasing every single year to 2%. So that's not saving money. That's spending money. That could be going somewhere else.
Thank you. Yes, Leopoldo?
Personally, I think it's competitive, and I don't, in San Marcos, it's going to be about the same anywhere. Right now, and not only that, if we went to somewhere cheaper, it would cost us money to move. And then we're looking for another, a better solution.
I'll add one more wrinkle to that, since it's like, we ran into a great situation with the Mill Street opportunity. Most of you remember that moving out of LBJ wasn't my choice, it was by need. A lot of that furniture wasn't able to come with us because of the condition it was in. So the cubicles that a lot of the employees were in, a lot of the desks and things like that, the office furniture would have to be replaced if we went to a new facility. Eventually that's going to happen, and so if we have the opportunity to renovate or buy or build, we're going to have to make that investment in that. But
Yeah.
we would have to do that next budget year if we were to transition to a new facility also.
And just as a final statement, Ms. Cantu, I think between us moving to Mill Street and now we've seen a pandemic and associated economic crisis following, I don't think anyone's going to argue on what home values have done over the past several years, but I'm no expert in office space and leasing built-out office space, so I don't think it would hurt directing staff to explore if the ongoing economic climate has changed the way in which office space and square footage costs us in San Marcos, as we potentially commit to not only 1 year at Mill Street at the current rate, increasing 2% consecutively into the future. So again, my motion authorizes the staff to move forward at Mill Street as presented by the administration, with a small caveat that between now and May 1st, they attempt to explore other facilities at an equal or lesser than cost to the administration.
Ms. Sampson?
If for some reason you're able to find a site that is much cheaper, I would also like to add in there the cost of moving, plus the man hours lost to the people who are moving, and the cost of furniture that we would need to purchase. Thank you.
Are we ready for the vote?
Yeah.
All in favor?
In favor?
Of the reauthorizing the lease and looking for other property.
7-0 opposed.
Let it go. Convoluted there.
Consider resolution of the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District Board of Trustees authorizing a one-time COVID-19 vaccination incentive stipend for all district employees who are vaccinated against COVID-19.
Ms. Cantu is the requesting trustee for this item. I'm asking that we pull it until the May meeting.
Okay. Then we can wait and do it in May. Good. Consider approval of budget amendments. Oh, we tabled that. E was tabled, right?
It was tabled.
For May.
Oh, okay.
Consider approval of budget amendments.
Mr. McLaughlin has to ask to take them separately, just as
Generally.
one last time.
All right, one last time.
On page 76, you'll find 4 budget amendments, and I'll present them to you individually. Budget Amendment 13 identifies funds that were reserved for student travel at Miller Middle School. They're asking to decrease the extracurricular activities budget, again it was for travel, and increase their instructional budget to provide instructional materials for their fine arts programs.
I'll move that we approve the Amendment 2113.
A second.
Moved by Mr. McLaughlin, seconded by Ms. Hanson, that we approve Amendment 2113. All in favor? All opposed? That was 7. Ms. Halsey, did you have your hand up?
Yes, she did. I think I was leaning forward, sorry.
7, 0 opposed. Amendment 2114.
On Amendment 14 asks to decrease 11, which is instruction, and increase 31, which is counseling. They want to provide computers to our counselors, and if you're going to provide for counselors, you have to do that out of function 31. It was budgeted in 11 as if they were going to be doing it for teachers or instructional materials, I'm sorry.
I move that we approve Amendment 2114.
I second.
We have a motion from Ms. Villalpando, a second from Ms. Mejia, that we approve Amendment 14. All in favor?
Mr.
I have a
Arundel has
question. Hold on.
I'm sorry. You had a comment?
Yes.
Question?
It's my understanding, and I apologize, it's late. We're on a cycle for devices for staff. Where is that in relation to this? Like, is it like?
The teacher laptops are actually being recycled right now. That program is happening. They've been purchased. It's literally hand me yours, I'm handing you one back. And that's about a $500,000 expenditure, and Mr. Hubenak is leading that. Administrators and counselors aren't part of that protocol because a lot of them use a little bit different devices, their own preference, their own experience, and the tasks that they're responsible for. In the last go-round when we did this, goodness, was it 3-4 years ago, we asked administration at each campus or department to provide for their people, and it was doable. And so we kept with that on this recycle, just so that they had the freedom, and it wasn't exactly rubber stamp, the same thing for every single person, regardless of role.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? All in favor, raise your hand. 7, 0 opposed. Amendment 2115.
Our high school graduation is taking shape in a way we hadn't projected when the budget was made last year. We are asking to move money for security, and the high school has identified some money in their instructional budgets, supplies, that is not targeted towards a purpose at this moment. So rather than asking you for something from the general fund, they've asked to move that money.
Go ahead.
Mr. McLaughlin?
But did we have it budgeted, did we have facility rental at Strahan budgeted already, and why wouldn't we just move that money over here?
We did have I don't know if it's more or different. It definitely is a different function. I didn't ask for a total of the Strahan versus what we were projecting to spend on the graduation. I know it's going to have a different look, but I don't know the bottom line total of what the new graduation versus the Strahan contract is.
Well, but we paid rent to Texas State to rent Strahan for graduation, right? Some amount. And we're going to pay 0 for the stadium, right? So didn't that create savings?
To some degree, but we're also going to have some workers there that day. I don't want to give away too much, but there's going to be a show
that Ms. Presley has contracted for, and then all the other supplies.
The stage, the chairs, and all that stuff.
The stage, chairs, and all the things that add up there, sir.
So it's not just security and monitoring, it's
Well, this-
preparation for graduation.
This is the additional and above,
for striking.
and we had to get it into the function for security.
Okay.
Ms. Cantu.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to Mr. McLaughlin's question, obviously, we've never done this before, so good luck as y'all navigate that experience. I applaud you for that. Whether it's a secret or a surprise or whatever Mrs. Presley might be gearing up towards for commencement, if there is some way, shape, or form that we could get some type of presentation in May prior to graduation, because I agree with Mr. McLaughlin, I guess logically, X cost at Strand, why can't we just move that money over and fund what we're doing at the stadium? But again, facility rental of chairs and grandstands and whatever that might look like. And additionally, I understand that now that since we're outside, that presents its own set of unique challenges and scenarios. And so I hope that if it's in the form of a future budget amendment for additional funds, if that possibility arises, obviously I want some type of inclement weather alternative, which I'm sure staff is taken into account, but I don't want that to be constrained by funds for a comparable inclement weather plan, if you will. So I want to make sure that we are adequately funding all those iterations, hoping that it works out as planned, right? So again, if y'all are doing that already, fine, great. I don't need to see anything in May, but if that is a potential challenge, please bring that back in May so we can plan accordingly.
This is the only place where we didn't have funds where they were needed. And so I know that we're continuously assessing the graduation plan. We discussed it this week in Cabinet. Mr. Fernandez, Ms. Presley, they have a team, and they're getting advice from the campus leaders and students, I believe. So it is not going to be something we've experienced before, but I don't believe it's off track. It just was not budgeted the way it's taking place.
I move that we approve Amendment 15.
I'll second. Ms. Hanson moves that we approve Amendment 15. Ms. Halsey seconds. All in favor? 7, 0 opposed.
Final budget amendment is Amendment 16. While our campuses weathered the winter storm very well, we did have two major places that required repairs. The first one was the chiller at Bowie. We're okay, we're going to have air conditioning, but that does need some pipes that are going to be replaced, and that's a major investment. So we're very blessed to be able to find that through this incident and be able to replace it. This is the first installment towards that effort. And so the insurance has paid us this amount of money. We're asking you for the right to move it into a function where we could spend it to replace that. There will be a second installment finishing off some of the charges here, and the concession stand at Goodnight had some damage that was considerable, so from some leaks and then some drywall and things like that, and that's going to get some good repairs too. But again, we weathered the storm relatively well, but there's a big ticket item here. And again, it's revenue coming into us from the insurance company. We're asking to move it so we can spend it on our campus, and we're going to do another one next month.
I'll move to approve the amendment as presented.
Second.
Mr. McLaughlin moves and Ms. Hanson seconds that we approve Amendment 16. All in favor? 7 opposed, 0.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Second. Everybody wants the second. Let's go. Ms. Hanson makes the motion that we adjourn, and I don't know who got the second on that.
Give it to whoever, that's fine.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Give it to
Yeah.
Mr. McLaughlin. It's
Time to adjourn. It's 11:01.
all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we're adjourned at 11:01.